Welcome to Sleepy Tales, where relaxing stories are told slowly and softly to help you gently fall asleep. Before we begin, I'd love to know where you're from and what time it is. It's always fascinating to see how far these stories travel. For more peaceful tales, subscribe and hit the bell to stay updated. Now, get comfortable and drift off to tonight's bedtime story. In the quiet corners of the old forest, where shadows cling to the roots of ancient trees and the air smells of damp earth and secrets, a kingdom rests under the indifferent gaze of fate. Here, kings and queens pass their days with golden cups and cold corridors, unaware that promises made lightly to the unseen can echo into strange, unyielding consequences. One such promise would entwine a young princess with a creature of water and magic, teaching her the weight of words, the persistence of desire, and the quiet cruelty of expectation. This is the story of the frog who waited, and the princess who could not know the cost of a simple vow. In a kingdom whose walls gleamed with marble, and whose towers reached high above the clouds, there lived a princess whose beauty was spoken of in every court and village, yet whose understanding of the world beyond her own desires was almost nothing. She had never known want, never touched the roughness of work, never seen a day without silk and warmth. Her hair shone like spun sunlight. Her skin was smooth and pale, and her eyes glittered with a sense of ownership over everything she beheld. People whispered that she was proud, that she demanded attention, that her laughter carried a note of sharpness that could wound the ears as much as words could. The princess herself, however, felt none of this, or rather, she did not care. She believed the world existed for her amusement, and her amusement was precious and particular. Among all her treasures, her favourite was a single golden ball. It was no ordinary trinket, no token of state or power, but a simple sphere of gold, polished until it shone with a light that seemed to move when held in sunlight. She had received it on her 6th birthday, and she had carried it with her ever since, treating it as a companion, a confidant, and an object of fascination. She would roll it along the floors of the palace, watch it spin in her hands, and imagine the many things it might see if it could observe the world as she did. She could not remember ever parting with it, nor did she wish to, for it was her constant, her delight, her singular pleasure. The palace itself was grand and lonely. Its corridors stretched like the arms of a great beast, cold and echoing. Servants hurried along with careful faces, always aware of the princess's eyes upon them. Her rooms were filled with cushions and silks, with music that could rise or fall at a whim. Yet she was never fully content. Even in abundance, she found herself restless, wandering the halls with a kind of anxious boredom that could not be soothed by gold or feasts. The solitude of her life was sharp, and the princess had learned to compensate for it with whims and small despairs. She demanded that her music be perfect, that her meals be prepared precisely, that every servant and attendant know her needs before she spoke them aloud. Even her smiles were carefully managed, reserved for those who pleased her, and fleeting as a shadow. One afternoon, as the sun leaned toward evening and threw long shadows across the marble floors, the princess played by the fountain in the palace garden. She rolled her golden ball across the smooth stone path, catching it in her small hands, spinning it along her fingertips and letting it bounce lightly from the edge of the fountain. She laughed at the precise arcs it made, a sound that rippled across the still water, startling the birds from the trees. Then, in a careless moment, the ball slipped through her fingers, a quick, bright flash that fell from her grasp and rolled across the grass toward the edge of the fountain. The golden ball did not stop. It tumbled along the stones, caught a glint of light, and leapt from the edge, falling straight into the well at the garden's centre. The well was ancient, its stones darkened with age and moss, and its depth was such that the bottom could not be seen. The princess rushed forward, peering into the blackness, her reflection staring back at her from the water below, distorted and frightened. She cried out for the ball, her voice echoing against the cold stones, but the ball lay still, swallowed by the darkness. She tried to reach it, stretching her hands into the well, but her arms could not reach far enough, and the water's surface shimmered, hiding the gleam of gold. Her cries grew louder, echoing through the palace garden. Servants came running, faces pale, hands trembling, but no one could retrieve the ball. The princess's heart hammered in her chest, not with fear of loss, but with anger at the world for daring to take what belonged to her. She threatened, she pleaded, she shook her fists into the empty air, but the ball remained far out of reach. Her despair was loud, full of huffing breaths and sharp, whimpering sounds. It was in this moment, while she leaned over the well with tears streaking her face, that she first heard it. A voice, low and wet, emerged from the depths of the well. It was not human, and yet it was intelligible, clear, and filled with a weight of demand. The princess recoiled, her hair catching in the breeze, her breath stopping. From the shadows of the water rose a creature, its skin glistening, dark green and slick. Its eyes were round and unblinking, shining like the surface of deep water at night. Its mouth opened, and the voice spoke again, calm but insistently, as though the princess owed the world a debt she had not yet recognized. "If you would have your ball, you must give me a promise," said the frog, and though the words were simple, they carried an ancient authority. The princess gasped. A frog had never spoken to her, had never demanded anything. She wanted to laugh, to scream, to throw herself backward in disbelief, but the gravity of the voice pressed on her chest. The frog rose slightly from the well, water dripping from its limbs, its eyes fixed on her, as if weighing her very soul. "What is your promise?" the frog asked again. The princess's mind raced. She could not see herself agreeing to anything. Her ball was hers, her delight was hers, and she had never been asked for anything in return. Yet the frog's eyes held something that silenced her pride. It was not a threat exactly, but it was older than kings, older than walls, older than silk and gold. Her desire for the ball shining at the bottom of the well was stronger than her fear of this creature. With a trembling hand, she whispered, I will let you sit at my table, eat from my plate, and sleep in my chamber." The frog waited, silent, until she finished. The words felt heavy as she spoke them, almost like stones dropping into her stomach. She knew she would regret them, though she did not yet know how. The frog nodded slowly, and the water around it rippled. With one strong kick of its legs, It pushed the golden ball toward the princess, and she caught it, clutching it tightly to her chest as if the metal could shield her from what she had just promised. When she returned to the palace, her mind was a storm of horror and disbelief. How could she allow such a creature into her home? To sit beside her at meals, to share her comforts, to enter her private chambers? The thought made her skin crawl. She imagined its slimy hands upon her cushions, its cold, wet body beside her pillow. Her stomach turned, her mind spun with disgust. She paced her chamber, rolling the ball in her hands and thinking of ways to break her promise without admitting it. But the words had been spoken. The frog had heard them. The water had carried them. They had weight as though carved into stone. Her reflection in the mirror stared back at her, eyes wide and pale, lips pressed tight in fear and disgust. She had always believed herself clever, able to bend the world to her will with a toss of a glance or a sharp word, yet now she felt powerless, trapped by a small, dark creature and her own foolishness. The golden ball gleamed from her hands, bright and unyielding, mocking in its perfection. She knew the frog would come, would demand the fulfillment of the promise, and she could not imagine a way to escape the encounter without loss or shame. And so she waited, torn between longing and revulsion, between curiosity and dread, knowing that the ball she had so loved had brought her into a trap of her own making. The palace seemed colder, the walls higher, the corridors emptier. Even the sunlight through the tall windows seemed dimmer, as if it were reluctant to witness what was to come. The princess, once spoiled and certain of her desires, had tasted the weight of her own words, and it was bitter and heavy upon her. No one else in the palace knew of her fear. The servants whispered, the birds sang, the fountains gurgled, but none understood the promise she had given, the creature she had released into the world of the living. The princess sat upon her bed, clutching the golden ball, and felt a sharp, unwelcome certainty. Soon the frog would come, and her life, her ease, her world of silk and light would be changed forever. The morning came slowly, pale and grey, and with it a knocking at the palace door that seemed to shake the very air. The princess, who had spent the night staring at her golden ball, imagining 1,000 ways to break her promise, froze at the sound. It was not the usual timid knock of a servant, or the rhythmic announcement of a courier. It was deliberate, firm, insistent, a sound that carried weight beyond its volume. She had known this moment would come, had tried to imagine it in the quiet hours before dawn, but no thought had prepared her for the reality of it. When the doors were opened, there it was, the frog. Not small, not timid, not harmless. It was larger than any frog she had ever seen, its eyes gleaming with a strange intelligence, its skin slick and dark, and its movements unnervingly precise. Water dripped from its limbs, leaving small circles on the marble floor. Its gaze, steady and unflinching, followed her without respect for rank, age, or fear. The princess recoiled instinctively. Her hands clutched at the folds of her silk gown. I did not mean," she began, but the frog did not wait for explanation or plea. It leapt forward, landing with a wet slap upon the floor near her feet, and in a voice that was almost hypnotic, calm but firm, it reminded her, "You promised." The words were simple, yet they carried the echo of something old, something beyond the reach of the palace walls. The princess realized immediately that no amount of pleading, no shrill scream, could undo what had been spoken. She was caught between fear and obligation, between desire and disgust. The golden ball shining in her hand felt heavy now, like a stone, a talisman of her own folly. The king arrived then, summoned by the sound of the princess's gasp. Tall and stern, accustomed to commanding obedience, he looked upon the frog with a mixture of surprise and irritation. He did not see the full weight of the promise, did not understand the revulsion and dread that had seized his daughter. To him, it was a simple matter. A child had made a promise. A promise must be kept. He pressed the princess gently, though with firmness she could not ignore, urging her to honour her word. The princess's cheeks flushed with a mixture of shame and anger. She wanted to shout, to argue, to tear her silk robes and weep in despair. Yet the king's eyes held hers with the quiet authority of unyielding expectation. She was trapped in the web of her own making, and there was no escape. The frog waited, patient and unblinking, its presence pressing on her like a shadow she could not shake. At the table that evening, the princess set her meal with trembling hands. The servants moved with careful, quiet efficiency, casting glances at the frog that she dared not meet. The frog leapt from the threshold to the edge of the table, water dripping from its limbs, leaving small dark circles upon the polished wood. Its eyes fixed upon her plate, unyielding, commanding in their simplicity. The princess, with a shudder, allowed it to eat. She slid a piece of bread across the table. It seized it without hesitation, its movements swift and purposeful. The bread disappeared with a wet snap of the jaws, and it looked up at her expectantly, as though measuring her fear, her reluctance, the weight of her shame. She felt her stomach twist. She had fed a frog, yes, but she had also honoured her promise. The simplicity of the act belied its terror. The frog remained at the table, uninvited in the ordinary sense, yet it carried the undeniable presence of authority. Every bite it took, every wet snap of the jaws, seemed to demand more than food. It demanded acknowledgement, submission, recognition of her own weakness. The princess found herself speaking little, her eyes avoiding its gaze, yet the frog never wavered, never blinked, never left. Sleep that evening became a battleground of fear and stubbornness. The princess could not imagine allowing the frog into her chamber. The thought alone made her skin crawl, the slick, damp body on her pillow. Its cold, unblinking eyes, staring into hers, filled her with revulsion. She resolved to sleep alone, to barricade herself behind curtains and silk, behind walls and the king's authority. Yet in the stillness of the night, she could not forget her words. They had been spoken, they carried weight, they demanded fulfillment. Night after night, the frog persisted. It leapt from the shadows into her room, its small body deceptively heavy, its gaze unrelenting. It did not speak. It did not plead. It only reminded her with presence, with insistence, with the quiet force of inevitability. The princess found herself paralyzed between horror and obligation, unable to flee and unable to resist. Her vanity, her entitlement, her belief in her own cleverness, all were tested. She had imagined that the palace, the walls, the servants, and the king could shield her from consequences, But she was wrong. Consequences were here, embodied in the damp, cold weight of the frog at her threshold. In the days that followed, the princess began to understand the slow, suffocating pressure of commitment. She allowed the frog to sit beside her at meals, keeping him at the edge of her attention, pretending he was less than he was, imagining him invisible. Yet the frog did not disappear. It did not tire. It did not waver. It simply existed, a constant, grim reminder of the words she had spoken, the promise she had made. She could see the disapproval in the servants' faces, the subtle questioning of the king, who remained unaware of the true nature of the creature's demands. Her pride chafed against this invisible chain. She had been accustomed to admiration, to fear, to obedience, and yet here was a creature who demanded nothing but her acknowledgement and obedience in return for a service long rendered. She found herself growing anxious, haunted by dreams of the frog, its eyes gleaming in the dark corners of her chambers, its wet, insistent presence creeping through her thoughts. The golden ball, once a source of delight, now seemed a talisman of doom, a reminder that the smallest misstep could bind one to consequences far beyond expectation. The frog's insistence, subtle yet relentless, forced her to confront herself. She saw, in the reflection of her own eyes and the shape of her own hand, the cruelty and vanity that had carried her through life. She had demanded the world bend to her whims, yet here, at last, was something beyond her command. It was not punishment, it was consequence, and it was absolute. Her inner turmoil became a mirror, reflecting the truth of her nature back at her. Spoiled, untested, entitled, and fearful. By the end of the week, the princess had come to a terrible understanding. The frog was not simply a creature, it was a reckoning. Her attempts to control him, to negotiate invisibility, to hide behind silk and authority were useless. The frog's quiet, unwavering presence exposed her failings. Her cruelty to those who served her, her obsession with comfort, her inability to confront reality without whim and fear. In this slow, oppressive way, the frog had begun to teach her lessons she could not yet name, lessons that were as uncomfortable as they were unavoidable. She began reluctantly to allow the frog closer. He sat at her side, watched her, shared her meals, and tested her limits with the insistence that he would not leave, that he would not forget, that he would not allow her to hide. The princess, despite herself, began to listen, not to words, for there were few, but to presence, to gaze, to demand without sound. She learned, though bitterly, that she could not escape obligation, that words once spoken were chains as binding as iron, and that vanity, entitlement, and cruelty had their costs, invisible but exacting. And yet the final test remained. The bed, the chamber, the place of sleep and rest. The frog would come for that too. The princess had not yet found courage or method to resist, and the anticipation of that encounter filled her nights with terror and unease. She could no longer dismiss him, could no longer imagine the world outside the palace walls as sufficient protection. The frog was patient, commanding, and inevitable. Her every thought, every plan, every silent hope of escape was shadowed by his presence. In the quiet of the palace, the princess realized that the frog had achieved what no tutor, no servant, no parent could: He had forced her to confront the true nature of herself. It was an awakening without mercy, an education without kindness, and a lesson that would not be softened by wealth or beauty. Her own reflection, once a source of pride, now reflected the burden of her words, the weight of her promises, and the chilling certainty that the frog would not relent until she had faced the consequences entirely. The night was thick and still, the moon casting pale, trembling light across the polished floors of the princess's chamber. She lay upon her bed, clutching her silks and the golden ball she had long cherished, her mind a whirl of fear, shame, and lingering disbelief. She had allowed the frog to eat at her table, to sit beside her, to share her presence in ways she had never imagined possible. But sleep, that most private of acts, remained untouchable. She had told herself she could resist, that she could barricade herself against the slimy, insistent creature, that she could hold her walls high and her courage higher. Yet the words she had spoken, the promise made at the well, were a chain that could not be broken by walls, by silk, by faint-hearted courage. It was precisely at the hour when the palace seemed empty, when the servants slept in their distant quarters, and even the guards had lowered their voices to whispers, that the frog appeared at her chamber door. The knocking was soft but deliberate, a wet, insistent rap that shook the quiet of the room. The princess stiffened, her breath catching, her heart hammering. She could not imagine how she would endure this. She tried to steel herself, to summon every ounce of pride and fear, yet the inevitability pressed upon her, like a tide she could not stop. The frog leapt onto the floor with a wet, slick slap, its eyes fixed on her with that terrible, patient intelligence that had haunted her for a week. It did not hesitate. It did not ask permission. It moved across the room in careful, deliberate bounds, leaving small puddles in its wake, each drop a reminder that it had been in her presence, that it had been waiting, that it would not leave. And then, with a single, sudden motion, it leapt onto the bed itself. The princess shrieked, clutching at the covers and the golden ball. She tried to push it away, to shield herself with silks and pillows, but the frog's weight was more than she had imagined. Its presence filled the bed, the room, the space of her pride and control, leaving no corner untouched by the reality of her promise. The terror she had carried for so long crystallized into a single cold certainty. She could resist no longer. Her hands shook, her skin crawled, and her mind raced for escape that did not exist. In the Grimm version, the transformation does not require affection. There is no tender kiss, no romantic gesture. The frog is magic, ancient and unyielding, and its fate lies beyond the calculation of vanity or fear. The princess, in a sudden moment of desperate, trembling resolve, seized the frog. She hurled it against the wall with all the force her small frame could muster. The sound was a wet, echoing smack, followed by silence. The weight lifted. Then impossibly the form of the frog began to change. Where slimy limbs had lain, there was now the figure of a man, young and strong, with hair dark as night and eyes that shone with the clarity of deep water finely stilled. He rose to his feet, shaking off the remnants of water, and looked at the princess with an expression that was neither anger nor triumph, but something ancient and calm, as though the world had shifted and yet remained exactly as it should. The princess fell back upon her bed, heart hammering, body trembling, the golden ball rolling to the floor unnoticed. She had expected nothing like this. She had expected perhaps a warning, a curse, a lesson, but not a man, fully human, standing before her, flesh warm and eyes alive. The frog's demands had been strange, oppressive, almost unbearable, but their sudden fulfillment, the shocking revelation of transformation, left her disoriented. Her relief was mixed with awe, and with the lingering horror of what she had endured. The prince, for he was a prince, did not speak immediately. He observed her with a quiet gravity, as if measuring her, as if waiting for acknowledgement of the ordeal, for recognition of the debt she had paid, however reluctantly. The princess, still trembling, looked at him and realized that her world had been irrevocably altered. She had learned something she could not have imagined before the ball fell into the well, before the frog had spoken, before the nights of insistent presence had worn her patience thin. She had learned that promises were not idle words, that obligation could not be escaped, and that the weight of magic was absolute. Her pride, once sharp and unyielding, now lay in tatters at her feet. She had been tested, measured, and confronted with herself. The frog's insistence, its patient demand, its quiet, unblinking presence, had forced her to see her own vanity, her entitlement, her cruelty. The prince's transformation was not a reward for her courage or kindness, for such qualities had been absent or fledgling at best. It was the natural consequence of her adherence, however grudging, to the promise she had made. The aftermath was strange and unsettling. The palace no longer seemed entirely her own. The corridors were familiar but heavy with memory, the silence of the rooms thick with reflection. She moved through the spaces with caution, no longer certain that beauty, status, or wealth could shield her from the unexpected. Her eyes fell upon the golden ball, still gleaming, and she realized it had lost some of its magic, its perfect glow tarnished by the knowledge of consequence. She touched it, held it, but it no longer delighted her as it once had. It was a symbol now, of lessons learned, of the bitter weight of words and promises. The prince, for his part, did not linger in complaint or accusation. He observed, patient, commanding yet composed, a living reminder of the transformation and the promise fulfilled. He was a presence that could not be ignored, and in the weeks that followed, the princess learned to move through the palace and her own life with a new awareness. She spoke more cautiously, acted more deliberately, and listened for the first time to the ways the world pressed upon her, the ways her desires could collide with forces beyond her control. Even in her moments of relief, there was unease. She had expected triumph, ease, perhaps even gratitude. Instead, she was left with understanding that was neither simple nor comfortable. The transformation of the frog into a prince had resolved the spell, yet it had not resolved her interior struggle. She had faced the weight of her own arrogance, confronted the limits of her control, and endured the quiet insistence of a creature whose nature was both alien and exacting. She had survived, yes, but she had also been changed in ways that would linger, shaping her thoughts, her judgments, her understanding of promise, magic, and consequence. The prince, in his full humanity, embodied a mirror to her former self. He was noble, but not indulgent, strong, but not cruel, present, but not intrusive. His existence reminded her that what had once been a frog demanding little more than recognition, was now a man with history, expectation, and gravity. She learned, slowly, that respect, attention, and understanding could not be feigned, and that the world, for all its silken stone, was governed by laws she had only begun to comprehend. In the end, the spell was broken. The frog was gone. The prince was human. The golden ball lay still. The palace hummed with its usual quiet rhythms. And yet the princess was not entirely at peace. She had been shaken, taught, confronted, and her understanding of herself and the world had deepened in ways both harsh and indelible. She had learned that promises, once given, were as binding as stone, that obedience carried weight beyond appearance, and that magic, though strange, sudden, and unpredictable, demanded respect. The palace, for all its grandeur, seemed a little colder, a little heavier, a little more real. The princess moved through it now, with cautious steps. Her reflection in mirrors no longer a source of vanity, but a reminder of endurance and consequence. The prince remained by her side, not as a creature of whim or fancy, but as a measure of what had been endured and what had been learned. In this way, the story ended, not with celebration or triumph, not with ease or comfort, but with resolution and unease, the lingering knowledge that the world carried weight beyond sight, that words once spoken were irrevocable, and that the lessons of magic and promise were exacting and eternal. The princess had survived the frog, had honoured her promise, had witnessed the extraordinary, and had been forced to confront the truths of herself. She was richer now, not in gold or in luxury, but in understanding. Yet she would never forget the nights of insistence, the oppressive weight of expectation, the cold, commanding presence of the creature that had taught her the cost of a single promise. And the prince, standing fully human, embodied that lesson, a living testament to the power of words, of persistence, and of consequence. In a kingdom where vanity ruled as firmly as law, there lived an emperor whose desire for splendour was as insatiable as it was dangerous. Every morning he measured the world not by wisdom or justice, but by the glitter of silk, the shimmer of gold, and the applause of his subjects. In a court where fear and flattery intertwined, honesty was a fragile thing, easily crushed beneath the weight of pride. And so, when strangers arrived claiming to weave clothes that revealed the truth of a man's mind, no one could imagine the power they held over a kingdom of blind loyalty. What they made, or failed to make, would expose not only the emperor, but every soul who dared to pretend. The emperor was a man unlike any other in the kingdom, though not for wisdom, courage, or justice, but for the endless and consuming obsession with his own appearance. Every morning, before the sun had fully risen, and the birds had even decided on a tune, he summoned his tailors, seamstresses, and chamber servants to his private chambers. There he would inspect his gowns, tunics, coats, and cloaks, as if each garment carried the fate of the realm within its threads. No colour was too bright, no embroidery too elaborate, no feather too extravagant. His mirror, a massive gilded rectangle that reflected the full length of his body, was the altar at which he worshipped himself, and he often spent hours admiring, adjusting, and comparing one outfit to another. Every citizen of the city knew the emperor's obsession, for it was impossible to ignore. The streets echoed with the rumble of carriage wheels, the whispers of merchants, and the chatter of townsfolk. Yet all conversations inevitably circled back to him. The splendour of his new uniform, the richness of the cloth, the brilliance of the jewels he displayed, and the exact number of golden buttons upon his tunics. The people were never permitted to forget the emperor's beauty, not because it was remarkable, but because he demanded it. Any attempt to redirect attention or voice dissent was met with swift and often silent punishment. Courtiers who hesitated before praising his attire found themselves exiled to distant provinces, assigned endless paperwork, or quietly dismissed to service as menial clerks. The court itself was a labyrinth of fear, flattery, and unspoken contempt. Ministers bowed at impossible angles, praising the emperor's taste even when they suspected the brilliance of a robe was nothing more than the emperor's delusion. Advisers whispered to one another behind hands and screens, each phrase carefully balanced so as not to offend. Every smile was measured, every nod calculated, and every compliment weighed against the invisible scales of survival. No one dared contradict him. To speak truth was to court ruin, and to remain silent or to flatter endlessly was considered the only safe path. Yet even in their fear, many knew the emperor's obsession was dangerous, not merely to himself, but to the kingdom, which suffered beneath the weight of extravagance, while the people starved or laboured. It was in this climate of vanity and terror that the strangers arrived. They came without ceremony, appearing at the palace gates one grey morning, their cloaks dusted with the residue of travel from distant lands. They claimed to be master weavers, men of unparalleled skill, who could create a cloth unlike any the world had ever seen. They said the fabric was extraordinary, woven from threads of unseen colours, so delicate and fine that it shimmered with a light visible only to those of true intellect and capacity. Anyone unfit for their position or hopelessly foolish could not perceive its beauty. The emperor, whose mind was always captivated by novelty and flattery, was instantly intrigued. The idea that a garment could reveal intelligence, competence, or wisdom was irresistible. The strangers promised that the robe would be lighter than a feather, more luminous than any jewel, and so intricate that it would surpass the talents of any craftsman known to the emperor's court. They spoke of designs that could change with the wearer's movement, of patterns so subtle that only the most perceptive eyes could appreciate them. The emperor's chest swelled with anticipation, imagining the awe of his ministers, the envy of neighbouring monarchs, and the inevitable admiration of his people. This cloth would demonstrate his discernment, his superiority, his unchallengeable position. Without hesitation, he commissioned the weavers to begin immediately, providing them with the finest gold threads, silk from the farthest reaches of the east, and precious dyes whose names were whispered as if they were sacred. The weavers set up their looms in a grand chamber of the palace, claiming it must remain quiet and private, a room filled with sunlight to reveal the brilliance of the threads. The emperor, curious yet anxious to see progress, sent his ministers to check on the work. They entered the room, peering at the empty looms, and saw nothing. Confused, they feared the weavers would discover their own inadequacy and judged them unworthy. Not wishing to appear foolish, they murmured among themselves, carefully choosing words that expressed admiration. They described threads that shimmered like morning dew, patterns that danced like firelight, and textures so soft that the soul would feel comforted simply by gazing upon them. They reported back to the emperor, with reverence and awe, each man convinced that to admit the truth, that the looms were empty, would expose them as unfit for their positions, as idiots who could not recognize genius when it stared plainly at them. The emperor, hearing their reports, was delighted beyond measure. He imagined the robe forming under the weaver's hands, a garment that would validate every ambition and pride he had ever felt. He authorized more silk, more gold, and additional threads of colours so rare that their very existence was debated. The weavers, unobserved, did nothing. Their hands moved over empty air, their looms silent and bare. Yet each day the emperor and his ministers found themselves reporting progress, describing a masterpiece that existed only in imagination. The court buzzed with excitement and fear alike. To admit ignorance was unthinkable, and yet no one could see what they all claimed to perceive. The palace corridors echoed with whispers and cautious praise. Every day the emperor requested updates. Every day the ministers described impossible beauty with trembling lips. A strange power had taken hold, one that bound the court together in deception, driven by vanity, fear, and pride. The emperor imagined threads that sparkled in sunlight, tassels that swayed with invisible winds, and colours that defied memory. The kingdom watched eagerly as preparations for the unveiling began, though no one dared speak aloud the suspicion that haunted them in silence. In the emperor's chambers, the air was thick with expectation. He dressed himself in layers of garments, discarding one robe for another, each chosen with care to enhance the imagined brilliance of the invisible cloth. The weavers worked their empty looms with solemn devotion, nodding as if unseen threads stretched between their fingers. The emperor, obsessed with the notion of wearing a garment that revealed not only his discernment, but the intelligence of those around him, felt a thrill of power. To be admired for something invisible, yet universally acknowledged, was the ultimate triumph. He did not yet know that this triumph rested entirely on fear, pretense, and his own vanity. And so the stage was set. The emperor waited, impatient yet enchanted by the promise of the garment. The weavers, trusted entirely by the court, moved like shadows over invisible looms. The ministers, fearful of exposure, praised that which did not exist. And in every corner of the palace, the kingdom seemed to hold its breath, unaware that the emperor's greatest pride and the court's collective anxiety were about to weave a spectacle that no eye had ever truly seen. The emperor's fascination with the invisible garment grew with each passing day, consuming his thoughts as if it were a living thing. Every hour he spent considering colours, patterns, and embroidery that did not exist, only reinforced his belief in the garment's magnificence. He imagined the sunlight dancing across threads no eye could see, the delicate swish of invisible silk against his skin, and the subtle shimmer of golden filaments that adorned it in secret. To the emperor, the garment was not merely clothing. It was proof of his intellect, his discernment, and the admiration he commanded. He pictured the envy of neighbouring rulers, the astonishment of his subjects, and the unquestionable authority he would wield as the only man able to wear such a masterpiece. The court, however, was trapped in a web of duplicity tighter than any fabric the weavers could have imagined. Ministers and officials, once confident in their positions, now tiptoed through the halls, careful to never speak of the invisible garment's absence. Each day, courtiers went to the chamber where the weavers worked, pretending to observe the intricate weaving. They described patterns that shifted with the movement of air, colours that changed with the angle of sunlight, and textures so soft they could only be felt in dreams. No one dared say the truth, for to do so would be to admit incompetence, ignorance, and perhaps stupidity itself. Their tongues moved with precision, speaking praises that had no basis in reality, while their eyes betrayed confusion, fear, and the smallest flicker of doubt. The weavers, for their part, were consummate masters of this deceit. They demanded ever more gold, silk, and exotic threads, claiming that the garment required materials so rare that only the most generous of emperors could provide them. Each request was met with eagerness, for the emperor was intoxicated by the idea of wearing a cloth that would reveal intelligence and virtue. Coins and silk flowed into their hands, more than any ruler had ever given to artisans in memory, and yet no thread passed through the loom. They moved with the solemnity of priests performing sacred rites, their fingers tracing air, their eyes fixed on invisible threads. They made gestures as though embroidering patterns of extraordinary complexity, and in the mind of the emperor, these gestures were proof of genius. As the days turned into weeks, the emperor began to require reports at every hour. Courtiers, anxious to avoid disgrace, prepared elaborate descriptions of progress. They spoke of the fabric's magical shimmer, of patterns that suggested the rise and fall of empires, and of threads that seemed to whisper secrets only to those worthy of understanding. They invented tales of knots that held wisdom, and tassels that carried foresight. Each minister, terrified that failure to perceive the garment would brand him a fool, elaborated on the previous account, embellishing with details more extravagant than those before. The fear of shame became a force stronger than truth itself, and the palace hummed with anxious excitement. The emperor himself, eager to witness the unfolding miracle, demanded that the weavers drape the invisible garment across his shoulders. When they lifted their empty looms, letting their fingers brush the air in the motions of arranging the robe, he peered closely and nodded with solemn appreciation. "Magnificent," he whispered to himself, though no one else could confirm what he saw. He imagined the cloth's subtle glow, the faint pattern of embroidery, and the perfect alignment of every delicate stitch. He felt the gentle weight of the invisible silk, and imagined the embrace of golden threads against his skin. In every shadow of the room, he envisioned brilliance, and every imagined detail inflamed his pride. Soon, the court itself became a theatre of deceit, rehearsed and repeated. Each day, courtiers paraded before the emperor, bowing and curtsying with precise solemnity. They described the garment in detail, noting the intricacy of the weave, the extraordinary softness of the invisible silk, and the beauty of patterns that seemed to shimmer and shift. Every gesture and phrase was calculated to maintain the illusion, to avoid being deemed unfit or incapable of perception. Even the emperor's most trusted advisers, who had long lived in the shadow of his vanity, became prisoners of the lie. No one dared admit that the robe was nothing but air, and the tension in every room thickened like smoke in a poorly ventilated hall. Rumours spread beyond the palace walls. Merchants whispered of the emperor's remarkable new attire, and neighbours marvelled at the supposed genius of the foreign weavers. Even townsfolk, who had little opportunity to glimpse the invisible cloth, spoke with cautious admiration, repeating the stories that filtered down through layers of courtly flattery. A sense of collective astonishment filled the city, though it was rooted entirely in fear and pretense. To suggest that the emperor wore nothing would have been unthinkable. To do so risked public ridicule, loss of position, or worse. The invisible garment had become a force that held the kingdom together in a delicate and fragile balance of terror and pride. At the palace, the emperor inspected his reflection endlessly, imagining the play of light upon the invisible silk, the subtle patterns that revealed knowledge and virtue, and the perfect drape of the fabric that marked him as superior to every subject and every courtier. He practiced walking through empty corridors, feeling the imagined weight of the robe, and measuring the imagined reactions of those who would see him. Every day he adorned himself in layers of clothing beneath and around the invisible garment, heightening his own sense of majesty, while the weavers moved about in solemn choreography, their empty hands performing the rituals of craftsmanship that were observed but never questioned. The ministers and courtiers became instruments in the emperor's obsession. They offered advice on colours that did not exist, praised patterns that had never been woven, and described textures that could not be felt. Each report, more elaborate than the last, reinforced the illusion, feeding the emperor's vanity and the court's anxiety. The palace echoed with rehearsed marvel, polite exclamations, and carefully measured nods. Even the servants, who moved silently through the halls, whispered praises in the corridors, though none had seen the garment, and all feared the consequences of admitting the truth. In this climate, the tension of deceit, fear, and pride reached a point almost unbearable. Every subject, from the highest minister to the lowest page, became complicit in a lie so intricate that to question it was unthinkable. The emperor, consumed by his fascination, could not see the trap closing around him. The invisible robe was more than a garment. It was a mirror reflecting every weakness, every ambition, every desire for approval, and every fear of shame. The weavers, silent and invisible in their deception, held the kingdom in thrall, their empty looms producing nothing yet inspiring the deepest awe. And so the stage was set for the parade, for the moment when the emperor would finally step into the streets in a garment that existed only in imagination. The city waited, the courtiers rehearsed, and the emperor, intoxicated by his own vision, prepared to reveal the robe to the kingdom. In every heart, the fear of appearing unfit, foolish, or incapable pressed down like a heavy weight, and every eye was trained upon the unseen. What had begun as pride and vanity had grown into a force of collective deception, the invisible threads of which bound the kingdom more tightly than any chain. The emperor's anticipation became a private torment and a public obsession. He envisioned the wonder that would sweep the streets, the envy that would ripple through neighbouring courts, and the admiration that would elevate his status beyond all reckoning. Yet no one dared to speak the truth aloud, not even in whispers. The palace, alive with expectation, trembled under the strain of the lie, and the invisible garment, though made of nothing, had become the most powerful force in the kingdom. Every hand, every eye, every breath of every subject conspired, whether knowingly or not, to uphold the illusion. Thus the emperor, his mind aflame with imagined beauty, and the court, trembling beneath the weight of fear and pride, approached the moment that would make the invisible garment the most remarkable thing any eye had ever failed to see. The kingdom, bound together in a silent conspiracy of deceit, teetered on the edge of exposure, and the stage was ready for the child whose innocence might yet unravel it all. The day of the grand parade arrived with a sky so pale and thin it seemed almost a canvas for the imagined brilliance of the emperor's invisible robe. The streets of the city were lined with every citizen who could stand or be carried there. Nobles, merchants, labourers, and children crowded together, craning their necks and whispering in anxious anticipation. The air was thick with expectation, curiosity, and the faint tremor of fear, for none dared question the story of the emperor's new clothes. Rumours of their extraordinary beauty had travelled through every alley, every market, and every tavern, carried by voices that were too cautious to be doubted. The emperor prepared himself in the privacy of his chambers. He adorned himself in the invisible garment, imagining the shimmer of golden threads and the intricate weave of colours that no one else could perceive. He straightened his posture, feeling the air silk against his skin, and adjusted the folds of the fabric that existed only in his mind. In every motion, he performed for an audience he could not yet see, rehearsing the awe that would surely greet him. He told himself that to falter now would be unthinkable, that the eyes of the kingdom demanded his perfection, and that his dignity was worth more than any risk of exposure. When he finally emerged from the palace doors, the sight of the city waiting for him was breathtaking. Thousands of eyes followed him, their gazes heavy with expectation. Nobles bowed and curtsied in carefully practiced displays of admiration. Merchants whispered praises, each word a tightrope between wonder and fear. Even the children, who were too young to understand the subtleties of pride and deception, hesitated in excitement, sensing that something extraordinary was unfolding. The emperor felt a surge of triumph, convinced that the beauty of the robe, the garment no one else could see, would surpass even the grandest stories whispered throughout the kingdom. As he paraded through the streets, he imagined every detail of the crowd's awe. He pictured them marvelling at the delicate embroidery that caught no light, the shifting patterns that revealed wisdom only to the worthy, and the subtle glow that marked the emperor as a man unlike any other. Each step became a performance, each gesture a declaration of his unrivaled discernment. The courtiers surrounding him repeated their praises with solemnity, careful to keep in step with the invisible magnificence. Every nod, every whisper, every gesture of admiration reinforced the illusion that had held the kingdom captive for so long. But the tension in the air was palpable. Beneath the polite exclamations and calculated bows, a current of unease ran through the crowd. Some murmured quietly to themselves, uncertain, hesitant, yet too fearful to speak. Others, particularly children, were not yet bound by the intricate rules of fear and pretense. Their innocence allowed them to see clearly what the adults could not. Their eyes, unclouded by pride or ambition, noticed details the rest refused to acknowledge. It was then that a small voice broke through the careful chorus of admiration. A child, too young to comprehend fear, too honest to feign knowledge, pointed directly at the Emperor and said what no one else dared speak. "But he isn't wearing anything at all." The words, so simple and unadorned, sliced through the air with the sharpness of truth. The Emperor, who had imagined the brilliance of the invisible garment, felt a sudden shiver of recognition. His heart raced as he realized that every description, every praise, every imagined thread was a lie. The robe he had believed to be a symbol of his superiority did not exist. For a moment, silence swept through the crowd. The courtiers froze, eyes wide, mouths slack. Ministers and officials felt their hearts pound in terror, understanding at last the enormity of their complicity. The weight of fear, pride, and pretense collapsed under the child's innocent observation. Yet the Emperor, though confronted with the undeniable truth, did not halt. His mind, trained in a lifetime of vanity and performance, refused to accept humiliation. To stop, to acknowledge the deception, would be to destroy the carefully constructed image he had maintained for decades. Pride, heavier and more binding than fear, compelled him forward. He continued to walk, head held high, every step an act of defiance against reality itself. The invisible garment became a shield of imagination, protecting his ego even as the truth was laid bare. The crowd, initially shocked, began to murmur, some uncertain whether to laugh, some in horror, others in incredulous delight. Adults turned red with embarrassment, realizing their own folly, their fear of being judged unfit or stupid having led them to participate in a grand illusion. Courtiers shifted nervously, glancing at one another, aware that every act of flattery, every false report, had made them complicit in the Emperor's deception. The child's voice echoed again, innocent and unrelenting, as if drawing a line between the simplicity of truth and the complexity of pride. The people, liberated by the clarity of the statement, began to speak openly. Laughter broke out in some corners, mingled with gasps of disbelief. Mothers clutched children, who giggled without fear. Nobles who had once bowed under the weight of pretense now whispered to neighbours, embarrassed but amused, marvelling at how easily fear and vanity had manipulated them. The Emperor, aware that the illusion was shattered yet unwilling to concede, maintained the march. His pride, though bruised, held firm, sustaining the performance for the sake of appearances. The parade, meant to display the Emperor's unmatched taste, became instead a spectacle of collective human weakness. The invisible robe, once imagined as the pinnacle of beauty and intelligence, revealed instead the fragility of pretense and the danger of vanity unchecked. The kingdom had witnessed, in plain sight, the consequences of fear, pride, and deception. The Emperor's subjects saw their leaders falter, their ministers compromise, and their ruler walk proudly in nothing but the air, all in the name of appearances. And yet, despite the exposure, the Emperor survived. His dignity, though cracked, remained intact. The child's words did not undo his rule, nor did the laughter of the crowd diminish his authority in any lasting way. Vanity, though challenged, retained its hold, for the Emperor's mind, like the invisible robe, existed in a world of imagination and self-deception as much as in reality. He completed the parade, returning to the palace with the illusion of triumph still clinging faintly to his shadow. The aftermath was subtle but profound. The kingdom had been forced to confront the perilous power of pride, the danger of collective deceit, and the fragility of appearances. Citizens and courtiers alike carried with them the memory of the emperor in his invisible clothes, a reminder that fear and flattery can blind even the most perceptive eyes, and that innocence can reveal truths adults cannot face. For the emperor, the lesson was quieter. Though his vanity had been bruised, it had not been destroyed. He continued to admire himself, to value appearances over reality. Yet a shadow of doubt now lingered, a whisper that, in the presence of honesty, even the grandest illusions could be undone. And so the kingdom endured, forever marked by the spectacle of the emperor's invisible robe. The weavers, who had vanished as mysteriously as they had arrived, left behind a lesson woven not of silk or gold, but of human pride and fear. The emperor's parade would be remembered for generations, not for its splendour, which never truly existed, but for the revelation it forced upon the kingdom, that no power, no wealth, and no admiration could shield one from the clarity of truth, once that truth was finally spoken. Even as the emperor returned to his chambers, resuming his rituals of admiration before mirrors, he carried with him a faint awareness of fragility, the sense that even his carefully constructed image was vulnerable. Yet in that vulnerability there was also a strange resilience. For while the crowd could see his folly, they could not undo the authority he had built, nor could they diminish the human tendency toward vanity and pride that he embodied so completely. The invisible robe, though revealed as nothing, had served its purpose in exposing not only the emperor, but the court as the kingdom itself, leaving behind a memory of the delicate, dangerous power of imagination and fear, and a reminder that the truth, once voiced, is unstoppable. There are stories told to children that once belonged to adults, shaped by hunger, fear, and hope rather than comfort. Rapunzel is one of these stories. Beneath the smooth rhythm of hair and towers lies a tale about longing taken too far, love demanded as payment, and freedom that must be earned through loss. This is not a story of bright castles and easy rescue, but of quiet rooms, waiting years, and the slow cost of possession. What follows is the older shape of the tale, softened only enough to be spoken before sleep, and honest enough to be remembered when waking. Before Rapunzel was born, before her name carried any meaning at all, there was a small house pressed against the edge of a forest, and a couple who lived inside it with a quiet and growing ache. They were not poor in the way that draws attention, nor rich enough to be noticed. Their days were simple and orderly, shaped by work, meals, and sleep. Yet beneath this steady surface was an absence that shaped everything they did. They wanted a child, and the wanting had lasted so long that it no longer felt like hope, but like a constant pressure, unseen and unrelenting. At first, they believed time would solve it. Seasons turned, and still nothing changed. The house remained too quiet. The wife began to listen for sounds that never came, footsteps that did not exist, breathing that was only imagined. The husband learned to avoid certain corners of the house where the silence felt heavier. Their longing did not break them at once. It wore them down slowly, teaching them patience they never asked for. Behind their home stood a high stone wall, old and uneven, its surface darkened by moss and shadow. Beyond it lay a garden that no one entered. It belonged to a woman who lived alone and kept to herself, and though few could say why, she was feared. The garden itself was always full, even when nearby fields failed. Plants grew thick and strong there, as if fed by something deeper than soil. People spoke of it rarely, and when they did, they lowered their voices. One day, the wife stood at her window and looked down into that garden. Her eyes settled on a patch of Rapunzel, its leaves bright and full. The sight struck her with unexpected force. Something in her shifted, sharp and sudden. From that moment on, the plant filled her thoughts. She dreamed of it at night, and woke with its image still clear in her mind. Soon, the desire took hold of her body as well as her thoughts. She grew weak and pale. Food lost its meaning. Sleep brought no rest. The husband watched this change with growing fear. He tried to reason with her, to distract her, but nothing eased the hunger that had taken root. The Rapunzel became more than a want. It became tied to her survival. At last, driven by desperation, he climbed the wall under the cover of darkness and stole from the forbidden garden. The Rapunzel brought brief relief. The wife ate it eagerly, and colour returned to her face. For a short time, the world felt steady again, but the hunger returned, stronger than before. Again the husband climbed the wall. Again he stole. Each time the act became easier, and each time the fear grew quieter. On the third night, the garden keeper appeared before him. She did not shout or threaten. She simply stood and waited, her presence heavy with understanding. The husband fell to his knees and confessed everything. He spoke of longing and fear, of love twisted by desperation. The woman listened without sympathy and without cruelty. When he finished, she offered an agreement. He could take as much Rapunzel as he wished. His wife would live. But when the child was born, the child would belong to her. The bargain was sealed without witnesses. There was no ceremony, no mark left behind, only a promise that could not be undone. When the child came, she was small and quiet, with clear eyes and hair already lighter than it should have been. The parents named her Rapunzel, not as a tribute, but as a reminder of what had been traded. For a few short years, they kept her close. They loved her fiercely, knowing every day was counted. Joy was sharpened by dread. Every laugh carried the weight of loss waiting ahead. The woman came when the child was old enough to walk. She took Rapunzel without violence and without haste. There was no struggle, because the parents had already lost her in the moment they agreed. The house returned to silence, deeper and more final than before. Rapunzel was carried deep into the forest, where paths disappeared and the air grew still. There, rising from bare ground, stood a tall tower with smooth walls and no door. A single window opened near the top. The woman placed the child inside and climbed down using a rope she carried with practiced ease. From that day on, the tower was Rapunzel's world. She was not treated cruelly. She was fed, clothed, and taught. The woman gave her knowledge, songs, and rules. She taught her to read the sky, to understand plants, to measure time by shadows and birds. But she never explained why the world below was forbidden. Questions were answered with silence, and silence became a lesson of its own. As years passed, Rapunzel grew tall and slender. Her hair grew long and heavy, pale as sunlight and strong as rope. It became the only way in and out of the tower. The woman climbed it daily, her movement sure and unhesitating, as if the tower were an extension of herself. Rapunzel learned to wait for the sound of her arrival, to shape her days around that single certainty. Left alone for long hours, Rapunzel turned inward. She spoke to herself, then learned to sing. Her voice filled the tower and spilled into the forest beyond. It carried longing she did not yet understand, and a gentleness shaped by isolation. The world beyond the window remained distant and unreal, a place made of sound and imagination rather than touch. Slowly questions began to form, quiet and persistent. Why did the sky change while she remained the same? Why did birds come and go while she stayed? These thoughts did not yet turn into rebellion. They settled into her like seeds, waiting for something she could not name. The tower stood unchanged, and the forest watched in silence, as Rapunzel's inner world grew larger than the walls meant to contain it. Years passed in the tower, and Rapunzel's world expanded only as much as the walls allowed. She measured time by the sun's passage across the sky, by the way shadows shifted on the smooth stones, and by the rhythm of her own breathing. Her hair continued to grow thick, heavy, and bright as gold, falling in long, unbroken strands that pooled around her feet and curled like sunlight captured on the floor. It was both her companion and her tether, the only thing that connected her to the woman who had claimed her, and the sole means by which the outside world could enter. The woman remained a constant in her life. She arrived each day without fail, climbing the hair that Rapunzel had learned to release and hang from the window with careful precision. She brought food, warm clothes, lessons in reading and song, and instructions that were never questioned. Her presence was at once comforting and oppressive, a quiet assertion that the world beyond the tower was dangerous, that Rapunzel's life was safe only in containment. The woman's eyes always measured Rapunzel, her tone always controlled, her touch deliberate. Any hesitation, any hint of curiosity that might reach too far, was swiftly redirected. Rapunzel learned early that obedience preserved calm, while questions invited shadow. Yet the tower's solitude shaped her in ways the woman could not control. In the quiet hours, Rapunzel explored her thoughts and sensations. She discovered the contours of her own mind, her memory, and her imagination. She created stories about the forest beyond, the mountains she could glimpse in the distance, and the villages she had never seen. She imagined faces, voices, laughter, and sorrow. In these hours she grew not only in body, but in awareness. She felt the stirrings of desire, not only for company, but for freedom, for knowledge, for the unknown. One afternoon, when the wind shifted the sound of birds against the tower walls, a voice reached her from below. It was faint, unsteady, but undeniably human. Rapunzel froze, listening. The woman had not come that day, and the voice lingered long enough for her to discern it. It was not a voice of authority or familiarity. It carried curiosity and hesitation, a young and unpracticed speech. Rapunzel's heart quickened, though she did not yet understand why. She leaned toward the window, careful not to move too abruptly, and the voice stopped. The visitors returned the next day and the day after. Over time, the voice grew steadier, warmer, and more confident. He spoke of places Rapunzel had imagined, of rivers and roads and distant skies, and each word painted a fragment of a world she had never touched. In turn, she sang to him, letting her voice descend from the tower like a thread of light. He listened in awe, returning each day to hear her song. Eventually, the man revealed himself as a prince, travelling through the forest and guided by chance and curiosity. He did not climb without her permission, nor did he demand her attention. Each visit was careful, deliberate, and secret. Rapunzel allowed him to climb, using her hair as the rope she had known all her life. She felt both fear and wonder, the mix of exhilaration and hesitation that accompanies forbidden knowledge. In his presence, her mind expanded further. She asked questions, imagined alternatives, and began to see the tower not as a protective home, but as a cage. The woman soon noticed the change. Nothing escaped her watch. She observed the sparkle in Rapunzel's eyes, the pause before answers, the way her voice seemed to rise when she thought of places beyond the window. Rage and fear simmered in her, controlled but unmistakable. She realized that her control had been circumvented, that a bond had formed that she could neither predict nor prevent. One day she confronted Rapunzel. Her voice was quiet but sharp, every word measured to leave no room for argument. In that moment, Rapunzel understood the full weight of possession, of being treated as an object to be guarded rather than a person to be trusted. The woman's hands were steady as she seized the braid of hair that had been the prince's only path. With one careful cut, the golden rope fell useless to the floor. The window became a barrier again, empty and final. Rapunzel's life in the tower fractured. The connection that had given her hope and a sense of the outside world was severed, leaving her alone in a way she had not known possible. The woman cast her from the tower, carrying her to a remote and barren land, far from any path, village, or forest road. There, Rapunzel was left with hunger, cold, and the realization that survival required more than strength. It required ingenuity, patience, and endurance. She wandered the sparse land near the tower, learning to gather what she could, to read the weather, to follow the subtle signs of life that hinted at sustenance or danger. The prince, unaware of her exile, climbed the severed braid in his usual hope of reunion, and found only the woman, who met him with a quiet cruelty. Shock and despair met him in that moment. He fell from the height of the tower, torn by brambles and thorns, and his sight was lost. The world, once bright and navigable, became dark and uncertain. He wandered blind, guided only by memory and sound, haunted by the echo of the voice he had loved. Meanwhile, Rapunzel's inner world deepened. Isolation forced her to confront fear, grief, and longing. She realized that life could continue without the certainty of comfort or company, and that hope could take forms she had not imagined. Her hair grew again, not as a bright ornament, but as a shield and a reminder of endurance. She learned to move carefully through her world, to find balance in uncertainty, and to trust her own strength in ways that the tower's walls had never required. Despite the punishment, she did not forget the prince or the connection they had shared. His voice, His words, and the images they had conjured together remained in her memory. They became a map for her imagination, and a quiet guide for her survival. Each day, each effort, each hardship shaped her into someone stronger, wiser, and more capable than she could have been within the comfort of the tower. And so, the prince wandered blindly through the forest, and Rapunzel endured in the wilderness. The tower stood empty, silent, a witness to what had been lost, yet also to what had grown from loss. Their lives had diverged, yet the thread of connection remained, fragile and unseen, carrying the weight of memory and the promise of something yet to come. Rapunzel was no longer a child confined by walls. She was becoming a woman shaped by both captivity and exile, and the world outside, the one she had only imagined, waited for her in ways she could not yet know. Her story, though fractured, was far from complete. Rapunzel's life in the wilderness began as a confrontation with emptiness. The land where she had been left was not a forest lush with shelter or rivers abundant with fish. It was barren in patches, with thorny bushes and stony soil that cut her feet and hands. Hunger became a constant companion, though it was different from the hollow ache she had known in the tower. This hunger demanded resourcefulness, endurance, and careful observation of every detail in the environment. She learned to read the subtle cues of weather, to recognize edible roots and berries, to find water where it hid beneath the earth or in shadowed hollows. Each discovery felt like a small victory, but even victories brought pain, for the landscape was indifferent and often cruel. The prince, meanwhile, wandered blindly through the forest. His fall from the tower had left him with more than scratches and bruises. The thorns had struck his eyes, and his sight was gone. The world he had known, the bright landscapes, the shifting skies, the villages and rivers, had vanished into darkness. He was guided only by memory, by the echo of sounds, by the songs that lingered in his mind. Yet he did not falter completely. His longing for Rapunzel, though distant and undefined, shaped his movements. Every stream he felt, every tree he touched, became a clue. The forest offered some kindnesses in the form of streams, sheltering hollows and fruiting trees, but even these were precarious. He stumbled often, his hands cut and bloodied, his steps uncertain. Hunger and exhaustion shadowed every day, but he endured, driven by the thread of hope that had been spun from a voice long remembered. Rapunzel's hair, once golden and bright, had darkened with exposure to the sun, wind, and rain. It became a tool of survival rather than ornamentation, matting at times, catching debris, and reminding her constantly of the life she had lost. She no longer sang as she had in the tower. Instead, her voice became a private rhythm, a way to measure time and maintain sanity. The solitude forced introspection. She learned the full weight of human endurance, the ways in which despair could bend a person, and the ways in which determination could bend it back. Her body, hardened by climbing, gathering, and moving through rough terrain, became capable of feats she would never have imagined in the tower. Years passed, or perhaps only months. They merged indistinctly in the wilderness. Rapunzel began to recognize patterns in the forest, where the wind shifted, where predators hunted, and where danger hid in silence. She learned to anticipate storms, to create shelter from minimal materials, and to preserve her energy for essential tasks. Hunger and exhaustion became teachers, sharpening her mind as much as her body. The wilderness demanded respect, attention, and humility. She grew wiser than the girl who had been confined to a tower, aware now of the fragility and resilience of life alike. The prince's journey was similarly transformative. Each day brought new challenges, and each challenge demanded adaptation. He learned to rely on senses he had previously ignored. The smell of damp earth, the brush of wind across his skin, the sound of birds shifting in the trees. He discovered paths by memory and instinct, guided by the quiet persistence of hope. The echo of Rapunzel's song occasionally reached him, faint and distant, stirring both longing and pain. He moved toward it when he could, and when he could not, he pressed on blindly, trusting that the world, despite its cruelty, might still hold the promise of reunion. The first true moment of their reconnection came unexpectedly. Rapunzel was walking along a dry riverbed, her hands brushing over stones worn smooth by rain, when she heard a faint sound, the rustle of leaves, uneven and hesitant. She paused, listening with every sense alert. It was not a bird or a small animal, but the rhythm of human movement, cautious yet purposeful. Her heart quickened. She followed the sound through underbrush, across uneven soil, and finally encountered the prince. He stood with hands outstretched, blind and weary, yet alive, and recognition flickered between them before words were spoken. Rapunzel knelt and let her tears fall onto his hands, the first contact in years of separation. The prince's fingers trembled as they traced the shape of her face, the lines and contours that memory had preserved. When her tears touched his eyes, slowly and painfully, light returned. Not all at once, but enough for him to see the forest, the riverbed, and Rapunzel herself. The world came back, altered by time and suffering, but alive. He blinked, uncertain at first, then steadily adjusted to the restored vision. The reunion was neither perfect nor free of scars. Each carried marks of loss, hunger, isolation, fear, and the lingering weight of captivity and blindness. Rapunzel and Prince did not speak immediately. There was no need. Their shared history, their endurance, and their mutual longing spoke louder than words. They moved together through the forest carefully, testing each step, each handhold, each sound. Trust had to be rebuilt alongside sight and strength. Where the tower had demanded obedience, the wilderness demanded cooperation. Where the blindness had forced reliance on memory, Rapunzel's presence offered guidance, reassurance, and perspective. As they travelled away from the barren lands, the prince's sight gradually strengthened, and Rapunzel's understanding of the world deepened further. Each step was a lesson in resilience and adaptation. Each encounter with wildlife, storm, or uneven terrain reinforced the knowledge that freedom is never without challenge, and that connection between human and human, between human and world, is earned through care and endurance. Eventually, they reached a place where the forest opened into wide meadows and slow rivers, where villages could be seen in the distance, and the sky stretched uninterrupted. Rapunzel, who had been confined to a single window for most of her life, finally saw the world in breadth and depth. She felt not only wonder, but also the profound knowledge that freedom had a cost. The prince, too, understood that vision and love required patience, endurance, and the acceptance of imperfection. The tower remained in the distance, silent and empty, a reminder of the past and the cruelty of possession. The woman who had claimed Rapunzel never returned, and the forest, once indifferent, seemed to acknowledge the endurance of both Rapunzel and the prince. They carried forward not with illusions of perfection, but with the reality of lived experience, strengthened by suffering and tempered by hope. Rapunzel's life, once constrained by walls and expectation, had transformed into one defined by choice, resilience, and earned freedom. The prince, once reliant on sight alone, had learned to navigate the world through trust, memory, and love. Their reunion was not simply a return to comfort, but a testament to endurance, patience, and the unyielding possibility of redemption and connection. Together they moved forward into a world shaped both by hardship and by the persistence of hope, forever changed, yet finally free. In a time when wealth could vanish like smoke, and beauty could be both blessing and curse, there lived a girl whose heart was larger than the world's expectations of her. Her story was not about sudden joy or magical convenience, but about the slow and often frightening journey into the unknown, where appearances were cruelly deceptive and kindness was tested against fear and loneliness. This was a tale of sacrifice, of the strange and terrible, and of the quiet courage it takes to love something that frightens you. It was a tale where roses could demand lives, castles could hold shadows as well as gold, and the heart's true measure was revealed only through trial. Once, in a town that had known wealth and comfort, there lived a merchant whose life was marked by prosperity and ease. His house was large, with high windows that let in the sun, and halls lined with silks and treasures from distant lands. His daughters, 3 in number, were known in the town for their beauty, though in very different ways. The eldest 2 were proud, fond of finery and praise, speaking often of their own charms, comparing themselves to one another as if life's purpose were to be admired. The youngest, called Beauty for her uncommon grace, not only of form but of mind and heart, differed from her sisters entirely. She was quiet, observant, and gentle, taking delight not in outward appearances, but in books, in work, in the care of others, and in the small joys that riches could not buy. She bore her life with patience, and her family with generosity, though she knew the sting of envy and the bitter words of vanity. This merchant had once been wealthy beyond measure, his ships arriving from distant harbours laden with silk, spices, and treasures. He had indulged his daughters with gifts and comforts, yet he had lived with carelessness, never imagining that fortune might be so cruel. One season, a series of misfortunes struck. Storms sank ships at sea, creditors called with merciless persistence, and the trade routes once favourable turned treacherous. In a matter of months, the wealth that had seemed as permanent as the sun vanished, leaving debts, empty rooms, and the slow, inexorable fall from prominence. The merchant, humbled and fearful, sought to maintain dignity for his daughters, but the city's streets whispered of his ruin, and friends who had been plentiful in prosperity disappeared with astonishing speed. With no other choice, he gathered what little remained and withdrew to a small house in the countryside. It was a modest dwelling, far from the splendour they had known, surrounded by fields and woods that seemed untamed and indifferent to human struggle. His daughters had to adjust quickly, learning to sew, to tend to gardens, to find sustenance in work rather than in purchased abundance. The eldest two daughters chafed against the simplicity, their impatience and vanity sharpening with every passing day. Beauty, in contrast, adapted with a quiet fortitude. She rose early, tending to the hearth and the animals, helping her father with the calculations of their frugal lives, and comforting her sisters when their spirits grew restless, though she bore their resentment in silence. One morning, news arrived that promised yet more trial. A ship belonging to the merchant, thought lost in a distant storm, had returned to port with goods of great value, sufficient to restore the family's fortunes. He prepared immediately to travel, eager to reclaim some measure of security. He asked his daughters what they might wish him to bring back, gifts to soothe the heart amid the anxieties of the past months. The eldest two demanded jewels and fine dresses, speaking without modesty or consideration, their voices sharp with expectation. Beauty, in contrast, asked for nothing more than a single rose, its fragrance and colour a symbol of the life and beauty she held dear, humble in desire but rich in thought. Her father, moved by her simplicity and gentleness, promised the rose and set off for the city. Fate, however, proved cruel once more. The merchant's journey home was long and treacherous, his wagon slowed by storms and the treacherous conditions of the roads. At last, weary and disheartened, he found himself lost in the depths of a forest, where the trees were dense and the wind whispered as though carrying warnings he could not yet understand. In the midst of this woodland, he stumbled upon a castle dark yet magnificent, surrounded by gardens that shone as though lit by a magic unseen. Hunger, exhaustion, and curiosity compelled him to enter. Within, he found a house of wonders, with halls lined with gold and silver, tables set with food, and rooms filled with warmth and comfort beyond imagining. For a time, the merchant believed himself rescued, but soon he remembered the promise to his daughters, and the thought of Beauty's rose came upon him with painful urgency. He wandered the gardens until he found a single rose bush, its blooms perfect and fragrant under the cold night air. Without hesitation, he plucked one for his daughter, thinking only of her joy. The moment he did so, a voice deep and terrible rose around him, speaking of theft and punishment. From the shadows emerged a creature of such monstrous aspect that the merchant could scarcely breathe. Tall, covered in hair, with eyes that burned with fire and strength unmatched. It was the beast, the master of the castle, and the rose was his property, stolen by human folly. The beast's words were harsh, though not without mercy. He demanded the merchant's life, or the life of a daughter, in reparation. The merchant, trembling and desperate, offered all he had, his fortune, and begged forgiveness, but the beast would not be swayed. He demanded the presence of a daughter, one who would live in the castle, alone, under his rule, until the crime could be undone. Horror struck the merchant's heart, for he knew that to refuse was to invite death, yet to comply was to send his child into a place of unknown danger. He lingered, weighed down by dread and sorrow, until the beast allowed him to return home, granting time to prepare and choose which daughter would go. The merchant returned, broken and silent, and recounted the events to his family. His elder daughters, full of pride and fear, shunned the idea of facing a monster, speaking only of indignation and danger. Beauty, however, listened with an even mind, her thoughts turning not to her own safety, but to her father's despair. She understood the gravity of the choice and the sacrifice it demanded. With no fanfare, no protest, she prepared herself, comforting her father and assuring him that her heart would bear the burden. Though her steps trembled and her spirit quavered, she accepted the fate that would save him. She walked to the beast's castle, alone, carrying with her nothing but courage, gentleness, and the faint hope that her kindness might temper the terror she was about to face. And so Beauty entered the dark and magnificent world of the beast, leaving behind the small comforts of home and the warm embrace of her family. She crossed thresholds where shadows and light intertwined, where silence was as sharp as any weapon, and where the first taste of loneliness and fear began to mingle with the small, steady strength she had nurtured in the quiet of her life. Her eyes, wide with apprehension, took in the grandeur of the halls, the chill of vast chambers, and the strange, palpable presence of the beast himself. She saw him once, a figure immense and imposing, his face partly hidden, his voice a rumble that stirred both dread and fascination. And yet, even as fear pressed upon her, Beauty resolved that her will would not falter, that her father's love and the promise she carried within her heart would guide her through the uncertainty of this strange and terrible place. The castle, for all its splendour, held danger in every shadow. Yet Beauty, steadfast in thought and quiet in courage, took the first steps toward understanding the life that awaited her. She could not yet know what the days ahead would bring, the trials of fear, the moments of despair, or the faint glimpses of kindness that would lead her heart in unexpected ways. But she had begun the journey that would test every measure of her character. In that solemn hall, with the beast watching from the shadows, Beauty stood alone, a solitary figure of virtue and resilience, and the tale of sacrifice, fear, and unexpected grace had begun. The castle that Beauty entered was unlike any dwelling she had known. Its walls gleamed faintly in the dim light, as if the stones themselves contained some strange luminescence. Halls stretched in endless corridors, lined with tapestries depicting hunts and feasts that seemed to move slightly when glanced at from the corner of the eye. The air carried a perfume both sweet and pungent, as though mingling flowers and decay, and faint echoes of footsteps and whispered sounds made it impossible to be certain whether the castle was empty or filled with unseen presences. Doors opened onto vast chambers furnished with silks, velvets, and gilded chairs. Yet no human warmth had settled there. Candles burned without smoke, and fountains of crystal-clear water sang softly in the darkness, their music both soothing and unsettling. In every corner, the castle seemed to offer both hospitality and warning, as though the very stones were aware of the fear it demanded and the patience it required. Beauty's first nights were long and sleepless. She wandered cautiously through the halls, noting the silence that was broken only by the distant guttural growls of the beast or the clatter of unseen servants. She dined alone at tables that appeared as if prepared in anticipation of her arrival, though she saw no hand set the plates. In the quiet, she studied the beast from afar. He was enormous, covered in thick hair, with eyes that glowed in the gloom, and claws that could rend wood and stone. When he appeared, she recoiled instinctively, her stomach tightening with a mixture of terror and fascination. Yet she also observed moments when his presence was not terrifying. The gentle lifting of a fallen rose, the slow, careful tending of his strange and magical garden, or a glance that lingered on her with what seemed almost like curiosity rather than menace. It was impossible to understand him fully, and the tension this created left her nerves taut as a drawn bow. At first, the beast's temper was as fearsome as his appearance. If a candle were out of place or a dish unsettled, he would roar in a voice that made the walls tremble and Beauty flinch. At times he paced the halls, growling in thought or frustration, and she could hear the low rumble of his discontent even when she was far away. But she began to notice the contrasts. On other days he would bring her food, arrange flowers in a vase, or allow her to walk freely through the corridors without intrusion. The beast's eyes, though always intense, sometimes softened as he watched her, and a faint air of sorrow seemed to follow him. He was unpredictable, a creature of extremes, capable of violence, yet capable of gentleness. And this duality kept Beauty ever watchful, her mind a careful observer of both danger and possibility. Loneliness pressed upon us heavily, for she had left behind all she had known. At night, the castle seemed to close in, shadows lengthening in ways that frightened her, and the cold stone pressed against her small, fragile frame. She found solace in books she had brought with her, reading by candlelight in chambers where silence was absolute, and in wandering the gardens that stretched beyond the walls, finding small joys in roses, fountains, and the simple act of walking under the night sky. Her heart ached for her family, for the merchant and the quiet warmth of her father's hand, for the careless laughter of her sisters, even with all their vanity. And yet she remained steadfast, reminding herself that this sacrifice, fearsome as it was, had been made for love, and that alone gave her courage. The beast, for all his fearsome presence, was not without moments that revealed humanity. Beauty noticed the gentleness in his gaze when he thought she was asleep, the care with which he tended to the smallest of details in the castle, and the faint melancholy that coloured his growls when he was alone. She began to perceive that he had been shaped by his own misfortune, perhaps cursed or condemned, and that the terror he inspired was as much a shield as a weapon. Each day she wrestled with the conflicting emotions that his presence inspired: revulsion at his appearance, fear of his temper, sympathy for the loneliness that matched her own, and a growing curiosity that made her linger near his shadow, watching and observing without drawing attention. Beauty's moral struggle was constant. She had been raised to value kindness and selflessness, yet the beast's threats and unpredictable moods demanded caution and even fear. She learned the rules of the castle through careful observation: which halls were safe at certain times, which gestures would provoke anger, and which small acts of courtesy might bring a rare moment of gentleness. The lessons were often harsh, learned through trial and trembling observation, yet they strengthened her character. She came to understand that the beast's terror was not mere cruelty, but a reflection of a life marked by loss and isolation, a mirror of the hardships she herself had endured in miniature. One evening, after weeks of this careful existence, Beauty discovered a moment that would shape her understanding of both the beast and herself. He had returned from some long wanderings through the forest, his body weary, his movements slow. She saw him pause near the garden where the roses grew, his eyes clouded with fatigue, and she approached quietly, placing a hand on a nearby stone as if to give presence without intrusion. The beast noticed her, and for a long moment the silence held like a delicate thread. Then, without violence, without anger, he allowed her to move closer, as if he had been waiting for her to show courage and understanding. Beauty spoke no words, for none were needed. Her loyalty, her compassion, her willingness to remain despite fear, were enough to convey her intent. In that moment, the beast's demeanour softened, and she saw the faintest glimmer of gratitude, or perhaps recognition in his eyes. It was a fleeting moment, but one that hinted at the fragile beginnings of trust between them. She realized that fear alone could not define her experience here, and that the act of staying, of showing constancy in the falls of uncertainty, was a form of strength greater than any magic or threat the castle contained. Beauty, by offering her patience and her courage, had begun to save the beast in a way that neither could yet articulate. A quiet redemption that moved beyond appearances and touched the essence of who they both were. From that night onward, their coexistence changed subtly. The beast still roared, still inspired awe and trepidation, yet he no longer seemed entirely impervious to her presence. He allowed her small freedoms, permitted her to walk in the gardens, and occasionally appeared with gifts, an arrangement of fruits, a single rose, or the soft illumination of a room left ready for her comfort. Beauty, in turn, remained vigilant, observing, learning, and quietly striving to understand the strange combination of terror and tenderness that defined him. She was still afraid, yet the fear no longer ruled her. Instead, it coexisted with curiosity, compassion, and the faintest stirrings of something she could not yet name. The castle, in its grandeur and strangeness, became both a trial and a sanctuary. Beauty had learned to walk its halls with care, to navigate its moods, and to recognize in the beast a being shaped by circumstances and loneliness as profound as her own. Each day, each small act of courage, each demonstration of loyalty, began to weave a bond between them, fragile but undeniable. She had entered the beast's domain as a daughter sent to repay her father's theft with her own presence. Yet she remained a presence that, without speech or ceremony, began to offer the possibility of salvation for both. In the quiet corridors of that immense castle, amid shadows and splendour, Beauty's heart had discovered a power that transcended fear, the power of steadfastness, of compassion, and of loyalty in the face of the unknown. The beast, for all his fearsome form, had begun to sense this as well, responding to it in subtle ways that Beauty noticed with keen attention. Though the story had not yet reached its end, though dangers and trials remained, the first threads of trust, of understanding, and of mutual respect were being woven, delicate yet enduring, in the silent spaces between them. Time passed in the castle, and with it, Beauty's fear of the beast slowly intertwined with a deeper understanding. She had watched him at his most terrifying, witnessed the violence and unpredictability of a creature shaped by isolation and anger. Yet she had also seen glimpses of tenderness, the careful attention to his surroundings, the fleeting melancholy in his eyes, and the moments when he sought her comfort as much as she sought his. Her own heart had become a battleground, torn between instinctive revulsion and the growing sense that compassion, patience, and empathy were far stronger forces than fear. She recognized that the beast's outward form was but a shell, a prison of his own making, and of a curse laid upon him by pride and cruelty in his youth. The creature he appeared to be was not the man beneath, though to see the man required courage, insight, and an open heart. The night of the beast's transformation came quietly, without herald, yet it carried the weight of inevitability. Beauty had been summoned to the great hall, a space where the shadows seemed to shift more subtly than before, the flickering candlelight revealing the familiar gilded walls in a softer glow. The beast approached, and for the first time he did not growl. He did not pace. He did not radiate the threat that had defined him. He stopped at a respectful distance, his massive frame tense yet restrained, and Beauty felt the culmination of her trials press upon her. The knowledge that her courage, patience, and moral steadfastness had led her to this moment, and the realization that love, true, unselfish love, was more powerful than any spell, fear, or curse. Beauty's thoughts were a tempest, a careful weighing of terror and empathy. She remembered the long nights of solitude, the sharpness of his anger, the moments when she had feared for her life, yet she also recalled the subtle kindnesses, the acts of trust and generosity, the silent acknowledgement that she had not abandoned him. It was in the balance of these memories that she understood what she must do. She looked upon the beast, not as a creature to be feared, but as a being who had suffered under the weight of his own pride, and she recognized the worth and nobility hidden beneath the terrifying exterior. With that recognition came an affirmation, quiet yet absolute. She saw him as he truly was, and in seeing, she loved. The change was immediate and astonishing. The beast shuddered, his form rippling as if the very air around him conspired to shift and transform. Hair and claws melted into skin, muscles softened, and features once monstrous and fearsome reformed into a visage of regal humanity. The prince who emerged was tall and commanding, yet his eyes retained the depth of the being he had been, a reminder of the long years of hardship and reflection that had preceded this moment. The castle itself seemed to respond, as if the magic that had held him in a cruel shell now acknowledged the return of balance. Light softened in the corridors. The air felt warmer and more welcoming, and the once ominous halls now radiated an ordered grandeur, a reflection of the virtue restored through endurance and compassion. Beauty learned the prince's history in fragments, stories shared with patience and sorrow. He had been a young man of pride and hasty judgment, given to indulgence and superficiality, careless with those who loved him, dismissive of humility and virtue. A curse had been placed upon him by a sorceress, a punishment for arrogance and cruelty, transforming him into a beast until someone could see past the outward form and love him for the soul within. The harshness of the spell reflected the severity of his misdeeds, a darkness imposed not merely to punish, but to instruct, to demand reflection, patience, and moral rectitude. Beauty had been the instrument of his redemption, her kindness and courage unravelling the years of pride and loneliness that had hardened his heart. Returning to the merchant's family became a task of reconciliation, exposure, and moral reckoning. Beauty arrived first, her presence radiant with quiet authority. Her understanding of virtue now deepened through trial. Her father, humbled by years of loss, greeted her with tears and relief, recognizing that the daughter he had sent to face danger had returned not only alive, but stronger and wiser. The elder sisters, who had once mocked simplicity and praised vanity, were forced to confront the emptiness of their desires. Their beauty and adornments now seemed petty compared to the steadfastness and courage of their youngest sibling. They saw, too late, that moral fortitude held more weight than mere appearance, that loyalty and selflessness were virtues beyond gold or silk. The prince, once the beast, accompanied Beauty but maintained a solemn distance, allowing the family to recognize the transformation not only of his body but of the lessons learned. His demeanor was calm, just and commanding, tempered by the memory of his monstrous years. He did not gloat, he did not boast. He observed, silently conveying that true power lay not in fear, dominance or cruelty, but in restraint, empathy, and the understanding of the value of virtue. In the presence of Beauty's family, he exemplified the moral lesson of the tale, that pride leads to downfall, greed to suffering, and that true nobility is measured in courage, compassion, and steadfastness of heart. With the restoration of order and justice, Beauty and the prince established a household marked by both wisdom and grace. Their reign, humble yet authoritative, reflected the lessons of the castle, the trials endured, and the moral truths discovered through fear, patience, and empathy. They governed with fairness, attending not only to wealth and appearance, but to the welfare of those who served them, the poor who depended upon their judgment, and the broader society that had once been blind to the lessons of virtue and consequence. The palace, no longer a place of terror or enchantment alone, became a home, a reflection of the inner balance achieved by both prince and wife. Beauty's own life found a new rhythm, shaped by the wisdom gained in the castle. She walked the halls of her home with the knowledge that courage is not the absence of fear, but the mastery of it, that love is not granted by charm or beauty alone, but by recognition of the soul's true measure. Her kindness was no longer passive, it was fortified, confident, and discerning, capable of inspiring both obedience and respect, comfort and admiration. The prince, once the beast, never forgot the lessons of his cursed form, his memory of terror and isolation shaping a reign of tempered justice, mercy, and understanding. Together they forged a life that honoured both the trials endured and the humanity discovered, their partnership a testament to the enduring power of moral courage and love that transcends appearances. Though the darkness of the past lingered faintly, like shadows receding at dusk, it served as a reminder rather than a burden. The tale concluded not with frivolity or careless joy, but with a recognition of what it means to endure, to sacrifice, and to act with virtue when fear is present. Beauty and the prince, united by the trials of the castle and the transformations of heart, ruled with compassion and justice. Their story became a quiet legend, a warning against vanity and pride, a guide to the strength of character, and a testament to the enduring power of empathy and love in even the most fearful and uncertain of circumstances. In the halls where the beast had once roamed in fury, there was now light, measured and steady. In the gardens where roses had been plucked and fear had been born, there was growth, beauty, and order. And in the hearts of both prince and wife, the memory of hardship and the triumph of virtue remained, subtle yet unshakable, shaping a life of justice, peace, and enduring love. There are stories that seem gentle at first, whispered over fires in the long winter nights, but some are sharper, cutting deeper than the frost outside. This is one of those stories. It begins with a mirror made by a wicked troll, a mirror that twisted everything beautiful into ugly shards, and through its shards it scattered sorrow across the world. It is a story of a boy and a girl, their friendship and innocence tested by cold, both in the air and in the heart. It is a story of ice and shadow, of journeys through frozen lands and frozen souls, and of the strange power of love that can melt even the hardest snow. In a land where frost never fully receded, the sky often carried the grey-blue sharpness of ice, and the wind cut through the trees like invisible knives. There once lived a troll who was neither young nor old, neither good nor evil, but entirely clever and cruel in his thoughts. He had made a mirror like no other, a thing of power and menace. It was polished so brightly that it could reflect the smallest detail of the world around it. Yet it had been enchanted in such a way that beauty became ugliness, kindness became mockery, and the most innocent of hearts appear weak or wicked. Mountains appeared as piles of jagged rock, faces as twisted and hateful, and the world itself seemed to sneer at anyone who dared look into it. The troll delighted in the mirror. He carried it with him like a dark treasure, showing it to no one except the creatures that trembled at his passing. One day, in a fit of careless pride, the troll's mirror slipped from his hands while he was crossing a frozen river. It fell, striking the ice with a sound like the cracking of 1,000 bones. The glass splintered violently, and shards flew in every direction, some bouncing into the snow, some vanishing into the air, some carried far by the wind. Each piece retained the enchantment of the mirror, carrying with it the power to twist sight and heart, to make small things seem monstrous and beauty seem cruel. Among these shards, one, smaller than a grain of sand but sharp as a thorn, landed in the path of a young boy named Kai. It lodged itself in the delicate corner of his eye and, without his knowing, entered his heart in a way so tiny that no one could see it, not even Kai himself. Kai had been a child of ordinary warmth, though clever beyond his years, and always dreaming of distant places. He lived in a town rimmed by frozen rivers and high forests, where the snow lay thick in the winter, and the days were short and grey. He was not lonely because he had Gerda, a girl of the same age, whose heart was as open and tender as a spring flower. Gerda's laughter could light the corners of any house, and she loved Kai as if he were the only person in the world who understood her. Together they ran through the icy streets, built towers of snow, chased each other across frozen ponds, and told each other stories of distant lands they would one day visit. Their friendship was simple and pure, and the world seemed safe as long as they were together. At first, the shard in Kai's eye and heart did nothing obvious, but over the following weeks, a subtle change began. Kai would glance at the snow and see not its soft whiteness, but only the way it could trap and chill. He would see faces of friends twisted in imagined cruelty. He would hear Gerda's laughter, and feel a sharp edge of doubt and jealousy he could not explain. Sometimes he reacted cruelly without meaning to, teasing small animals too harshly, or speaking in a sharp tone that he instantly regretted. He could not understand why he felt cold toward the things he had always loved, and he could not tell anyone, for no one else could see the shard that had entered his heart. Gerda noticed these changes. She tried to call him back to the warmth of their friendship, to remind him of their games and the simple joy of a snow day or a warm hearth, but Kai resisted. He became quiet, distant, and sometimes cruel, though he never meant to be. The more the shard worked its hidden magic, the more he seemed to forget the kindness he had known. And yet, even under its influence, he would sometimes glance at Gerda and feel the faintest flicker of the boy he had been, a flicker that neither he nor anyone else could fully grasp. It was in the height of winter, when the sun barely lifted above the horizon, and the wind howled like wolves across the frozen forest, that the Snow Queen appeared. She had been watching from the far north, where ice was thick enough to hold the weight of eternity, where mountains were made of frozen crystal, and the rivers ran like liquid silver in the cold light. She saw Kai and recognized the shard in his heart, the tiny piece of the troll's mirror that made him susceptible to her power. She came not with anger, but with the careful patience of a force that could bend without breaking. One moment he was standing alone on the frozen path, and the next she was there, as if he had always been meant to follow her. Kai did not resist, though no one could have called it willing. The shard had dulled his sense of warmth, of fear, of home. He barely looked back as the Snow Queen led him into a sleigh of carved ice, drawn by horses whose coats shimmered like silver under the cold stars. The sleigh glided across the snow and over rivers frozen hard enough to bear the weight of mountains. Trees whispered behind them, and the wind seemed to bend, carrying no warmth or sound from the world Kai had left. Gerda, returning from a small errand in the village, found only his footprints leading to the edge of the forest. Her heart froze before her eyes could even register the emptiness, and the snow seemed suddenly darker, as though the world itself had been drained by the absence of her friend. She called his name, and the wind swallowed it. She ran, stumbled, and searched, but there was no sign of him, only the glimmer of the distant north, where the Snow Queen reigned. In that moment, a determination settled in Gerda's heart. She would go after him. She would follow the trail into lands she had never known, through dangers she could not imagine, and across distances so vast that no ordinary courage could hold her steady. Yet in her heart she carried the warmth of her love for Kai, a warmth that no shard of glass, no cruel enchantment could fully touch. Even as the frost of the world pressed against her, even as the cold whispered of despair and distance, she would not yield. The forest seemed to close around her as she took her first steps, shadows pressing from every direction, the snow underfoot hard and unforgiving. Yet she moved, driven not by magic or by any promise of reward, but by the simplicity of a child's love, and the clarity of a heart that refused to bend to cold. The wind carried hints of the north, the faintest glimmer of something silver and sharp, a palace of ice beyond the horizon. It was a place of dazzling beauty and terrible danger, where the cold could take hold of a soul entirely if it were not resisted. Gerda did not know the exact path, nor the trials she would face, but she carried in her breast the certainty that Kai was still there somewhere, waiting for her to find him. Even as she walked, the shard in Kai's heart worked its quiet mischief. He would not remember his warmth, his games, his laughter, or Gerda's care, except in the faintest, most painful way. He felt drawn to the Snow Queen, as if her cold hands could feel the emptiness growing in him. He had lost almost all understanding of the world he had left, and yet, unknowingly, a part of him still flickered with the memory of home. And so the story began, a tale of frost and love, of glass and the human heart, of a girl who would cross the coldest places in the world for the sake of a boy who no longer fully remembered what it meant to be human. The mirror's shard had claimed him, but it could not claim the world, and it could not claim Gerda. The first steps of her journey would be lonely, full of peril, and yet guided by the invisible thread of love that even the harshest ice could not sever. Gerda's journey began the morning after Kai's disappearance, though it felt to her as if the world itself had vanished overnight. The village seemed smaller, colder, and lonelier, and the snow that had once crunched pleasantly under her boots now pressed against her heart with a weight she had never known. She did not speak to anyone, nor did she linger. She walked toward the forest where Kai had last been seen, her small hands clenched, her breath rising in thin clouds that vanished quickly into the grey air. She knew, without knowing how, that he was far from home, carried toward the north, where ice ruled more fiercely than sun or warmth. The first trials came almost immediately. She had not travelled alone before, and the forest seemed to test her in ways that were quiet and subtle. Paths twisted beneath snowdrifts. Shadows moved just beyond sight, and strange noises whispered among the pines. It was here that she met the first figure of power that would slow her journey. An old woman who lived in a garden of roses hidden beneath the snow. The garden was impossibly bright, warm and fragrant, a stark contrast to the grey cold outside. The woman, pale and delicate as frost on glass, welcomed Gerda with gentle hands and soft eyes. She offered food, warmth, and the illusion of safety. For many days, Gerda forgot the wind, the forest, and even Kai's absence. She wandered among the roses, tending them, speaking to the flowers as if they could hear her, and the old woman smiled, patient and serene. Yet Gerda's heart refused to rest. Each night she woke with the cold pressing through the walls, and each night she remembered Kai. The warmth of the garden became a prison. The old woman did not wish her harm, but she did not understand that Gerda could not remain, could not give herself entirely to comfort, while Kai suffered under the Snow Queen's icy hold. When she spoke her desire to leave, the old woman did not smile as before. She only shook her head, as if the warmth of her roses could shield the world from its own cruel truths. And so Gerda left, guided by the memory of the boy she loved, stepping once more into the snow and wind, knowing that every step took her closer to danger. The dangers came quickly. A band of robbers, strong and fierce, captured her while she rested by a frozen river. They took her to their den, a hollow carved beneath the roots of an enormous tree, and locked her inside. The robbers' eyes were sharp and suspicious, their temper quick. They could not understand why a small girl would dare wander alone into the cold, and they saw only a fragile body they might exploit. Gerda did not scream, though she could have. She did not plead, though she might have done so without pause. Instead she listened, watched, and waited. In the days that followed, she learned to move quietly, to hide, to think with patience. She learned that courage is not always loud, and that love, even from afar, can give strength far beyond the body. When the robbers were distracted, she slipped from their den and ran across the snow, her small boots leaving a trail that would soon vanish in the wind. It was not only humans who guided or tested her. Birds, crows, and ravens with black feathers shining like wet stone appeared at her side, calling with harsh cries. At first, their presence frightened her, their eyes sharp and unyielding. But she soon discovered that they watched her, led her, and sometimes even warned her of dangers ahead. They flew before her across frozen rivers, over jagged rocks, and through forests that seemed endless. Though she did not understand how or why they helped, she trusted them, and they carried her courage forward when her own hope faltered. Throughout her journey, Gerda learned that the world was harsher than she had imagined. The cold was not just frost upon skin, but a deep, biting emptiness that could chill the heart. Villages were empty, houses abandoned to snow, and travellers were few. Yet even in this frozen landscape, she felt warmth in small things. A single flower breaking through snow, a gentle animal looking toward her with trust, the memory of Kai's laughter. These small lights carried her forward, reminding her that love and courage were stronger than even the coldest frost. Meanwhile, the Snow Queen's palace waited far to the north, a place that seemed to exist beyond the edges of the world. It rose from the ice like a vision of impossible perfection, built entirely of glimmering crystal and frost. Its towers stretched toward the grey sky, its windows reflecting 1,000 cold suns, and the halls within were endless. Mirrors lined every wall, and the reflection showed not only the person standing there, but the cruelest fears and weaknesses they carried. Time inside the palace moved differently. Hours might pass like days, or minutes like eternities. Those who lingered too long could forget warmth, laughter, and even memory itself. Kai had been brought here, drawn by the shard of the troll's mirror still lodged in his eye and heart, and the Snow Queen's influence deepened its hold. His mind grew distant, his heart colder, and he forgot the small, tender things that had once made him human. Kai wandered the palace halls, sometimes pausing to look at his own reflection. He no longer smiled, no longer played, and the games he had shared with Gerda seemed like distant dreams, almost impossible to grasp. The Snow Queen did not force him, did not demand loyalty, but her presence was a constant, a silent pressure that stole his warmth like slow, dripping water freezing in a pipe. The shard in his heart glimmered, amplifying the cold, feeding his forgetfulness, and twisting his view of the world. He felt neither happiness nor sorrow fully, only a hollow clarity, a sharp detachment from anything he had known. Gerda, in contrast, drew strength from the very opposite. She met the cold and danger of the world with a stubborn warmth, one that was constant and simple. When she felt despair creeping close, she remembered Kai's true self, the small boy she had known before the mirror's shard touched him. She remembered the kindness in his eyes, the trust in his smile, the laughter that had once filled the frozen air. It was this memory that kept her moving, that made her endure the long, endless roads, the nights with little shelter, and the moments when hunger or exhaustion might have stopped a less determined traveller. She began to understand that courage was not the absence of fear, but the presence of love, that even the harshest cold could be faced if the heart remembered what it cherished most. And slowly, the Snow Queen's distant palace, once an impossible shimmering phantom on the horizon, began to feel reachable. The birds flew ahead, the paths became clearer, and small signs guided her. The glint of ice like a distant star, the movement of animals that seemed to acknowledge her passage, and the whisper of the wind that carried something more than cold. It carried the hint of Kai's presence. Yet the journey was not over, and despair still hovered near. Gerda's boots were worn, her body exhausted, and the cold pressed against her chest like an unyielding fist. She stumbled more than once, fell, and wondered if she could continue. But each time she remembered the boy who had been stolen from her, the warmth that still lived in his heart beneath the shard's cruelty. And she rose. The world was cruel, the cold was endless, but her love burned quietly and steadily, a flame that no ice could fully smother. She had not yet reached the palace, and she did not yet know what awaited within, but she knew that nothing could make her turn back. And so she walked across frozen rivers, through shadowed forests, and over plains where the snow shone so bright it hurt the eyes. She met strange beings and overcame their tests, discovered the limits of her endurance, and learned that the smallest kindness, given or received, could keep the heart alive even in the harshest winter. The Snow Queen's power was vast, her ice eternal, and the shard in Kai's heart was a cunning and terrible thing. But Gerda's journey had shown her something equally strong, that love, courage, and remembrance could move even the heaviest snow, and guide a lost child back toward the warmth of life. After what seemed like endless days and nights, Gerda finally reached the edge of the north, where the snow no longer softened underfoot, and the wind moved like sharp knives across the ice. The palace rose before her as if it had grown from the frost itself, a mountain of crystal and frozen silver that glimmered in the pale northern light. Its towers stretched impossibly high, catching the faint sun and scattering it into 1,000 shards of light that made the eyes ache. Every wall was lined with mirrors that reflected not only the pale sky and the snow outside, but also the tiniest fears, the smallest sorrows, and all the coldness a heart could hold. There was no door in the ordinary sense. The palace seemed to part for those who approached with courage and shrink away from those who faltered. Gerda, though trembling and weary, stepped forward, and the ice gave way beneath her feet, guiding her toward the halls where Kai waited. Inside, the silence was complete, deeper than any night she had known. It pressed against her ears, her chest, and even her thoughts, as though the air itself had grown heavy and still. The hall stretched endlessly, a labyrinth of white and silver, of mirrors that reflected and multiplied her own figure, until she could hardly distinguish herself from the walls. Every reflection carried a whisper of frost, a flicker of cruelty, and she had to steel her heart not to falter. She walked carefully, following the faint trace of Kai's presence, the memory of his warmth, the invisible thread that tied them together stronger than any distance or magic. Kai was there, though he did not see her as he had once seen the world. He stood in the centre of a hall of mirrors, tall and pale, his eyes distant and expressionless. He had grown thin, his movements careful and slow, as if his body had learned to obey the cold more than his own desires. The shard in his eye and heart had done its work. He no longer remembered the games he had played, the laughter he had shared, or the small joys of his home. The Snow Queen's presence did not need to force him. Her influence was like the cold itself, subtle, omnipresent, and inescapable. She watched from above, not cruelly, but with the detached patience of a force that exists outside of human concerns, indifferent to grief or love. Gerda's heart threatened to break at the sight, yet she did not waver. She ran forward, calling his name with a voice that trembled and broke, yet carried across the endless halls. The mirrors multiplied her calls, and the cold pressed harder, trying to silence her. But she pressed on, finally reaching him. She fell to her knees before him, tears running freely, freezing at the edges into tiny crystals. She did not speak of anger, nor of punishment. She only let her love flow toward him, the warmth in her chest spreading outwards, bright enough to pierce the layers of ice that had claimed his heart. At first, Kai did not respond. His eyes, cold and distant, did not recognize her. The shard in his heart resisted, gleaming faintly with cruel light, showing him a world where warmth was weakness and kindness a trap. But love is patient, and it is persistent. Gerda's tears and her embrace began to work where no spell or argument could. She pressed closer, wrapping her arms around him, whispering words that needed no sound, words that carried only the memory of shared laughter, of games, of friendship, of trust. Slowly, imperceptibly, the edges of the shard began to weaken. The cold inside Kai's chest faltered, and a spark of warmth returned. First a flicker, then a small flame. The Snow Queen observed, her silver hair moving with the wind that seemed ever present in her halls. She did not speak, did not intervene. Her power was tied not to cruelty, but to reflection, to the endless repetition of what is broken and cold. She could freeze rivers, shape ice into castles, and hold mind in suspended chill. But she could not stop love that moved with courage. Kai's heart, so long locked by the shard, began to remember. A memory of Gerda's laughter, of the snow, of the small joys he had once taken for granted, pierced the crystal prison around his soul. His body relaxed, his eyes cleared, and at last he looked at her, not with the destined emptiness of ice, but with recognition, trembling and relief. Gerda held him, letting him feel the warmth that had never left her, never dimmed, even in the face of the vast cold and the Snow Queen's power. With steady hands, she pressed upon the corner of his eye where the shard had lodged itself, and with the strength of her heart she drew it out. The shard was small, sharp, cruel, but it could not resist the steady flow of love. When it left Kai's body, it shattered, scattering into the air like tiny sparks that melted instantly in the warmth she carried. The mirrors on the walls of the palace trembled, cracking in silent, delicate fractures, and the ice underfoot softened. The cold that had held Kai so tightly began to ebb. The Snow Queen's palace, once a labyrinth of endless ice and reflection, started to change. The halls softened, the mirrors no longer multiplied fear, but only reflected the truth of the world as it now was. Not a perfect world, for perfection had never existed, but one where love and courage could endure, where hearts could remember, and where cold could no longer dominate completely. The Snow Queen herself did not interfere. her presence retreating into the far reaches of the palace, a reminder that nature, even in its harshest forms, is neither enemy nor friend, it simply is. Kai stepped away from the last of the broken mirrors, feeling the warmth of Gerda's hands, her steady breath, the pulse of life she carried. He remembered home, the games they had played, the laughter, and even the small kindnesses of strangers along the way. He remembered fear and sorrow too, but they no longer controlled him. Together they walked towards the doors of the palace, which opened without force, revealing the endless white of the northern snow, but now softened, not as cruel and unyielding as it had seemed before. As they left, the palace glimmered faintly, a place of dazzling beauty still, but no longer frightening in its perfection. It was a place of memory, of reflection, and of power, but it had been humbled by the resilience of the human heart. Gerda and Kai moved together across the snow, their fingers entwined, their breaths mingling, carrying the knowledge of what they had endured. They had faced the coldest forces of nature, the harshest enchantments, and the cleverest manipulations, and yet they had survived. They carried with them both sorrow and warmth, the memory of cruelty and the proof of love's enduring power. The journey back was not swift, nor was it easy. Snow still fell, and the wind still bit, but it no longer held dominion over them. Their hearts, once fragile and vulnerable, had been tested and strengthened. Every step was a reminder that the world, though harsh, could be met with courage, and that even the most frozen places could yield to love. By the time they reached the edges of the northern forests, the sun had risen, pale but steady, over the hills of their childhood. The frost on the trees glimmered like diamonds, and the rivers, though still cold, reflected the sky and the promise of spring. Gerda and Kai returned to their village changed. They had known the Snow Queen, had faced the Shard's cruelty, and had endured the cold that seeks to claim hearts. But they had also known the unyielding warmth of courage and love. They carried the memory of both the harshness and the tenderness of the world, understanding that even in the cruelest places, warmth can endure if one seeks it and refuses to give in. They would never forget the palace, nor the lessons of the north, nor the power of a heart that refuses to yield. And though life would continue, with its joys and sorrows, they carried with them the certainty that even the darkest ice could be thawed by love, and even the most lost heart could be found again. In a town where the streets were narrow and the church bells rang sharply every morning, there lived a girl whose life would be forever changed by a single pair of red shoes. They were not merely shoes, but a promise of beauty, desire, and the quiet, relentless power of vanity. What seemed at first a small wish, innocent and bright, would soon sweep her into a world of obsession and punishment, where every step she took reminded her that no sin is small and no punishment merciful. The story that follows is one of longing, pride, and the unforgiving ways in which fate can twist the simplest pleasures into a lifetime of sorrow. Karen was an orphan, small and thin, with hair the colour of straw and eyes that always seemed to search for something beyond the low ceilings and narrow windows of the house where she lived. The house belonged to an old woman, bent and frail, whose hands were always busy with cleaning or sewing. The woman had taken Karen in when she was very young, after the girl's parents had died, leaving her to wander the streets with no one to care for her. Though the old woman was poor and could offer little more than a roof and bread, she was kind in her own sharp way. She made sure Karen had clothes, patched and mended until they were worn but whole, and she offered simple lessons about right and wrong, about humility and obedience, which Karen tried to follow, though her heart often drifted elsewhere. Life was quiet and narrow, but Karen found small joys in the world she could call her own. She watched the pigeons on the town square. She counted the colours in the market. She imagined grand houses she would never see and dresses she would never wear. Her imagination filled the emptiness that the world had left in her. Yet for all her daydreams, there was always a yearning in her heart for something beautiful, something that could lift her out of the ordinary and the smallness of her life. She did not know exactly what that something was, but she felt it would arrive one day, as if fate had promised her it. That day arrived unexpectedly, as such things often do. It was a day like any other. The streets damp with the previous night's rain, the air sharp and cold, the sound of the church bell ringing in the distance. Karen had been sent by the old woman to the market to fetch a few things, her small purse clutched tightly in her hand. As she walked among the stalls, she saw a shoemaker, an old man with hands scarred from years of work. In his window were shoes of all sorts, simple brown boots, worn leather slippers, and, at the very back, a pair of red shoes unlike any Karen had ever seen. They shone with a colour so bright it seemed to hum with life, and their shape was elegant and delicate, as if they had been made for someone taller, someone finer, someone more important. But somehow they seemed meant for her. Karen's eyes widened and she felt her chest tighten. She could not stop staring. The shoemaker noticed her, and with a kind smile that showed missing teeth, he took the red shoes from the shelf and placed them before her. "They are small," he said, "but perhaps they will fit someone with a bright heart." Karen trembled. She did not know what a bright heart meant, only that she wanted them more than anything she had ever wanted. The colour, the shape, the very idea of them made her feel special, as if they were a key to a world she had never entered before. The old woman, when Karen returned home with the shoes, looked at them with a frown. "Red shoes are not for little girls," she said. "They are for dancing, for vanity, for pride. You do not need them." But Karen's mind had already taken hold of the vision of herself wearing them. She could see it clearly, the red shoes shining on her feet, the heads turning in the market, the warmth of admiration that would wash over her wherever she went. She felt a thrill, deep and terrible, the kind of thrill that comes from knowing one is about to taste something forbidden. And in that moment, she decided she would wear them, no matter what the old woman said. Karen wore the red shoes the very next day. She slipped them on as quietly as she could, feeling their smooth leather against her skin. They fit perfectly, as if they had been waiting for her. She danced around the room, careful not to step on anything, but the shoes seemed to carry her, to make her lighter than air. The old woman watched silently, her sharp eyes narrowing. "You will be sorry," she muttered, but Karen did not hear her. She only felt the magic of the shoes, the way they made her body move in ways she had never known. Every step was a small pleasure, a secret triumph, and the world outside the door seemed suddenly dull and grey compared to the glow of the shoes. It was not long before Karen's obsession grew. She thought of little else. She washed her hair and dressed carefully, not for the old woman, not for the market, but for the shoes. She wanted to wear them always, and when she could not, she would stare at them, imagining herself dancing in the sunlight, imagining the faces of strangers turning to admire her. The shoes became a part of her identity, a measure of her worth, a proof that she was more than the poor, thin orphan the world assumed her to be. Even the church, a place that had once filled her with quiet reverence, became a stage for her vanity. The old woman warned her, saying that the shoes were not proper for such a place, that they drew attention to pride rather than humility. But Karen could not resist. She put on the red shoes and walked to the church, her head high, her steps light, imagining herself the centre of every eye. The cold stone walls and the scent of candles did not dampen her excitement. She felt herself elevated, almost holy, though in truth it was only the shoes that lifted her. She did not notice the glances of disapproval, the silent shaking of heads, the whispered caution. The shoes had claimed her, and she followed their call without question. Days passed, and Karen's desire became stronger, more insistent. She could not bear to leave the house without them, could not bear to see them hidden in the corner. She wore them at the market, at the river, even at night when the cold bit at her feet, when the old woman scolded, when the sun had long gone from the sky. Her mind was full of dreams of dances she had never attended, of balls she had never been invited to, of admiration she had never received. She was proud of herself for the beauty she carried, for the brightness that had entered her life. Yet she did not see that pride was taking root in her heart, slow and steady, like ivy over stone. The first true moment when the red shoes took full hold of Karen came at a small town festival. She had been allowed, reluctantly, to attend, carrying her modest basket of chores, but wearing the shoes hidden beneath her skirts. When she arrived, she could barely contain herself. Music played, and children danced, and the smell of roasted apples and smoke filled the air. Karen could not help it. She lifted her skirts and let the shoes appear, in all their red brilliance. At once she began to dance, lightly at first, then with a force that made her spin and twirl, as if the shoes had a life of their own. People paused to watch her, some with admiration, some with discomfort, but Karen did not care. She had never felt so alive, so bright, so radiant. She did not notice that her feet grew sore, that her ankles ached, that her skirt had been torn in her spinning. She was consumed by the shoes, and in that moment she understood that she would never be the same. The old woman, standing at the edge of the festival, saw the sight and cried out, "Karen, stop! Those shoes are not for you. You will pay for this." But Karen, flushed with excitement, could not hear her. The shoes sang to her, and she danced with a freedom and pride she had never known. She was no longer the small, humble orphan. She was Karen of the red shoes, the girl whose steps were magic, whose beauty was undeniable, whose desire could not be denied. And in that moment, the power of the shoes fully claimed her heart. By the time the music ended, Karen was breathless, her cheeks flushed, her skirts torn, and yet she could not imagine taking the shoes off. The red colour burned in her mind, a constant shining temptation. She returned home, and the old woman, with a sorrowful and sharp voice, tried to scold her, to make her see reason. But Karen only smiled, proud and stubborn. She had felt a power greater than any warning, greater than any lesson. She had danced, she had shone, she had been noticed. The red shoes had made her special, and she would never willingly give them up. That night, as Karen lay in her small bed, the shoes neatly placed by her pillow, she thought of nothing else. She imagined herself dancing in palaces, walking through streets lined with admirers, shining brighter than the sun. She felt a thrill that was almost painful, a longing that would not be satisfied. And she knew, deep down, that the shoes had entered her soul. They were no longer mere shoes. They were a part of her. She had taken her first true step into pride and vanity, and the red shoes had claimed her entirely. Sleep came fitfully, for her mind was alive with the promise of the red shoes, and in the darkness she felt both joy and the faint, unnameable fear that such joy might demand a price. And so it began. Karen's life, once simple and small, had been touched by the brilliance of the red shoes, and she would never walk the same path again. The shoes had shown her a world of desire and beauty, and they had whispered to her heart that she was something more. Pride had found its place, and vanity its home, and with them the first stirrings of obsession took root. Karen did not yet know that her steps would lead her far from safety, far from the simple life of the old woman who cared for her, and far from the peace that comes from humility. But she would know soon enough, for the red shoes had begun to dance on their own, and Karen was powerless to resist. Karen awoke one morning to a strange, restless feeling in her feet. The red shoes, polished and bright as ever, seemed heavier, as if they carried a secret weight. She had placed them neatly by her bed, intending to wear her plain slippers for her morning chores, but when she tried to lift them, her feet would not obey. The red shoes clung to her, and with a sudden, terrifying force, they slipped onto her feet without her will. At first, she laughed nervously, thinking it a trick of her imagination, but soon she realized the truth. The shoes had taken control. They pressed and tightened, fitting her feet perfectly, yet demanding movement. Her legs began to lift on their own, her toes pointing, her heels rising, and her body spun as if carried by invisible currents. She could not stop herself. Panic swept over Karen. She tugged at the straps, twisted and pulled, but the shoes refused to release her. Every step she took sent her twirling, first lightly, then with increasing force. She stumbled across the floor, knocking over a stool, scattering the few belongings she had in the room. She tried to cry out, but the exertion made her voice disappear, and only the soft, relentless rhythm of her dancing filled the room. It was not a dance of joy or pleasure. It was a dance of command, of punishment, of an invisible power that had claimed her body and would not let go. The red shoes were no longer merely shoes, they were a curse. The old woman, hearing the commotion, burst into the room. Her eyes widened with horror as she saw Karen spinning and leaping, her skirts flying around her, her hair wild. "Karen!" she shouted, but the girl could not hear. The red shoes had her completely. The old woman tried to pull them off, to force them from her feet, but it was useless. The shoes clung with a force beyond the strength of her aged hands. They had chosen Karen, and she was trapped. Days passed, or perhaps it was only hours. Karen could no longer tell. She danced ceaselessly, moving from room to room, across the streets, even through the market. She could not sit, could not rest, could not stop. The townspeople watched in shock as she whirled past them, her red shoes flashing in the sun. Some laughed nervously, others whispered that she had been possessed, that the girl had been cursed for her vanity. Children hid, mothers held them close, and men shook their heads, muttering prayers under their breath. Karen, however, did not notice the fear or scorn. She could not. Her body obeyed only the red shoes, and her mind, though aware, could not command her limbs. Pride, which had once made her radiant, now tormented her. The beauty she had so long cherished had become a torment, and the admiration she had sought was replaced by pity, horror, and avoidance. Karen tried to fight the shoe's power. She went to the church, kneeling before the altar, and praying for mercy. She begged for release, for forgiveness, for the strength to remove the shoes herself. She fasted, hoping that abstaining from food would weaken her body enough to resist the pull. She ran through the fields, through the forests, through alleys and narrow lanes, thinking that if she could simply flee far enough, the shoes would tire and relent. But they followed her, and their force only grew stronger. Her feet ached, her ankles swelled, her muscles burned, but she could not stop. She was a puppet of her own vanity, the red shoes her merciless master. With every step, the world outside reflected her shame. She stumbled into neighbours' gardens, tore through market stalls, knocked over carts and baskets, and yet she could not control herself. Once, she collided with a baker, spilling flour over herself and the boy who had been carrying bread. Once, she tumbled into a fountain, her skirts soaked, her hair plastered to her cheeks. And still she danced, splashing and spinning, unable to stop. The people whispered about the girl who had been so proud, who had thought herself better than the rest. They said she was cursed, and in their eyes she was. Her pride had drawn the eyes of heaven, or fate, or some cruel force, and the punishment was exacted without mercy. At night, when the streets were empty and the market silent, Karen's dancing did not cease. She moved by candlelight, barefooted girls and old women watching in fear through their windows. She had no comfort in darkness. The shoes glowed faintly, a red flame of torment, reminding her that she had desired them above all else, that she had elevated beauty above goodness. The red shoes had made her vain, and now they made her suffer. Her body ached from exhaustion. Her skin was raw from friction. Her soul grew heavy with despair. Yet still she danced. She could not lie down. She could not rest. She could not pray herself free. The shoes commanded her every step, and the world had turned from admiration to horror. Karen's mind, once filled with dreams of dances and admiration, now turned to terror. She remembered the warnings of the old woman, the quiet lessons about humility, the simple life she had left behind. She thought of what had once been enough: clean clothes, warm bread, a roof overhead, the gentle care of the old woman who had taken her in. And she realized, too late, that the red shoes had promised her beauty but delivered only torment. They had made her desire what was dangerous, and in her pride she had been ensnared. She tried everything she could think of to escape them. She threw herself to the ground, tearing at the leather, ripping at the straps, stamping with all her strength. She waded into streams and puddles, hoping the cold water would dull the magic. She fell into thorn bushes, bruising her legs and hands, and yet the shoes would not release her. They danced on, as if alive, as if they were punishment incarnate, mocking her, teaching her that nothing comes from vanity without cost. The townspeople avoided her more than ever. They crossed the streets when she approached. They barred their doors. They whispered of witches, of curses, of divine wrath. Friends she had once known did not come near. She had become a spectacle of horror rather than admiration. Karen, who had so long lived in the hope of being noticed, was now condemned to notice only herself, only her pain, only the relentless force of the red shoes. Her pride had clashed with reality, and reality had answered with cruelty. Weeks or months passed, though Karen could not say how long, for time lost meaning when every moment was consumed by the same endless movement. She had lost track of herself, of her desires, of her dreams. She had only the shoes, red and unyielding, and the knowledge that beauty and attention could lead to suffering when held above morality and sense. Every step reminded her that vanity could enslave the heart as surely as the body, and that what is desired for its own sake can become the source of endless misery. And yet, even in her torment, Karen could not fully hate the shoes. She longed for the brilliance, for the memory of admiration, for the feeling of being seen and special. The red shoes had given her what she wanted most, and they had punished her for it. She was caught between love and hatred, desire and despair, and the shoes moved her relentlessly forward, never ceasing, never forgiving. In their unyielding force, Karen saw the truth of her life, that a single moment of pride can chain a soul, that a fleeting vanity can grow into an unbreakable curse. By the time she collapsed, exhausted and bleeding, the shoes had not stopped. They twitched, they pulled, they danced as if mocking her weakness. Karen lay on the ground, her face wet with tears, her body aching, and she realized fully that she had awakened a power far greater than herself. The shoes had claimed her, and there was no escaping them by will alone. She would need more than prayer, more than fasting, more than running. She would need a form of atonement, a force stronger than desire, to release her from the curse she had invited with her own pride. And in the quiet of that night, when the town slept and the lamps burned low, the red shoes gleamed like fire beside her bed, whispering promises of movement, of dance, of beauty, and Karen, shivering with exhaustion and fear, knew that her life had been changed forever. She had glimpsed the true cost of vanity, and it was a cost that would follow her every step, a price she could not yet pay, but would come to know in the days to come. The curse had begun, and with it the long, tortuous path toward understanding, repentance, and perhaps redemption. Karen wandered through the town like a shadow of herself. Her body ached, her legs were raw, and her skin was blistered from the relentless dancing that had plagued her for weeks. The red shoes, still bright and gleaming, tugged at her feet with every step, forcing her onward even as her strength faded. She had tried running, hiding, begging, praying and fasting, but nothing had freed her. At last, despair became her only companion. She understood now the full weight of her pride and the cost of her vanity. The shoes had promised beauty and admiration, and they had delivered only suffering. The townspeople had long stopped staring openly. They crossed the streets to avoid her, pulled their children close, and whispered warnings to each other. Karen, once a girl who had sought the eyes of others, now found herself utterly alone, feared and shunned. The marketplace was empty of kind faces. The church doors were closed, as if even sacred spaces recoiled from the spectacle of her cursed steps. Yet she knew that salvation might still lie within reach. Perhaps there were those who understood the power of repentance, the need for humility, who could guide her toward relief. One day she came upon a pious woman who lived at the edge of town, known for her devout life and quiet wisdom. The woman's face was lined with age, but her eyes were calm, steady, and filled with understanding. Karen fell to her knees, exhausted, trembling and sobbing, the red shoes still forcing her feet to twist and lift against her will. "Please," she whispered between gasps, "help me. I cannot stop. I am cursed. I am punished for my pride. Show me how to be free." The woman knelt beside her, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. She did not speak immediately, allowing Karen's sobs to ease, allowing the weight of desperation to settle into recognition. "Child," she said finally, "you have sought beauty above all else, and the shoes have claimed you because you could not see what is greater than the desire to be admired. Humility, goodness, love for others. These are the paths that free the soul. You must understand that before you can be released from your torment." Karen listened with every fibre of her being. She thought of the old woman who had raised her, of the quiet lessons that had once seemed unimportant. She thought of the church, the altar, the simple prayers she had ignored. She thought of the times she had wanted only to be noticed, only to shine, and she wept for the folly of her heart. "I understand," she said. "I see now that I valued beauty and pride above all else. I will seek humility. I will repent. Please guide me to relief." The pious woman led Karen to a small secluded chapel. Candles burned, their flickering light casting long shadows on the walls. The floor was cold beneath her feet, yet the red shoes moved as always, tugging and twisting. Karen knelt at the altar, placing her hands together in prayer. She spoke of her vanity, her desire, her foolishness, and for the first time she begged not for beauty or admiration, but for forgiveness. She promised to serve others, to live humbly, to carry no pride in her heart beyond the lessons she had learned through suffering. Even as she prayed, the shoes resisted. They twisted and lifted, forcing her into tiny, jerking movements. The pain was excruciating. Each step reminded her of the days she had danced without rest, the exhaustion that had left her body battered and bruised. Yet the more she repented, the more she acknowledged her sins, the more the shoes seemed to falter. They still held her, still demanded movement, but their force began to weaken. The pious woman guided her further. She instructed Karen to lift her feet, to allow the shoes to be pulled from her by force if necessary, and she called upon the strength of faith to aid them. Together they tugged at the red shoes, the leather straining and squeaking. Karen felt the shoes resist as if alive, clinging desperately to her feet, but the combined effort of acknowledgement, repentance, and guidance was stronger than pride. With one final painful pull, the shoes came free. Karen collapsed onto the floor, gasping, her feet red and raw, the shoes lying beside her, lifeless and silent. For the first time in weeks, Karen could stand without being pulled, could walk without spinning, could rest without fear. The chapel was quiet around her, save for her heavy breathing and the flicker of candlelight. Relief washed over her, a slow, shivering comfort that filled her from the tips of her toes to the crown of her head. The red shoes had lost their power because she had finally understood the lesson they carried, that beauty and pride, when valued above morality and humility, can ensnare the soul in a prison of its own making. Karen spent the following days in quiet reflection. She returned to the old woman's home, barefoot, her skirts simple, her head lowered. She worked diligently, no longer seeking attention, no longer dancing for herself. She helped the old woman with chores, tended to neighbours in need, and sought no reward or recognition. Her vanity, which had once burned bright and unrelenting, had been tempered by suffering and understanding. The red shoes remained, a silent reminder of the power of desire and the price of pride, but they no longer commanded her steps. Though she was free, Karen carried with her the memory of the curse, the agony of forced dancing, and the humiliation of public shame. She knew that redemption had been granted, but it had come at a high price. Every scar on her feet, every ache in her legs, every tear shed in desperation was a lesson in humility and the dangers of allowing beauty and admiration to govern the heart. She would walk the streets of the town again, but never with prideful steps. She would walk humbly, with care, and with gratitude for the mercy that had released her. Years later, people would speak of Karen as a woman who had suffered greatly, who had been punished for vanity and pride, but who had learned to live humbly. The red shoes, stored carefully in a chest, remained a warning. They were beautiful, tempting, irresistible, but they could bind a soul as surely as chains. Karen herself never looked upon them with longing again. She had known the cost of desire, untempered by morality, and she carried that lesson quietly, a whisper in her mind that guided every step. And so, the tale of Karen and the red shoes ends, not in the brilliance of admiration or the fleeting glow of beauty, but in the sober, enduring light of understanding. Pride and vanity may be bright, dazzling, and seductive, but they can ensnare the heart and body alike. Redemption is possible, but it comes with pain, with reflection, and with humility. Karen had been given the chance to be free, and she accepted it with the trembling, grateful heart of one who has glimpsed the cost of beauty and the mercy of forgiveness. The red shoes remained, silent and red, a lesson in themselves. And though Karen never wore them again, she felt their memory in every careful step she took, in every act of kindness, in every moment of selflessness. They had claimed her once, but they had not claimed her spirit. That she had survived, that she had endured, was proof that even the deepest curse could be overcome, but only with recognition of one's faults, repentance, and the courage to let go of desire above all else. In the end, Karen walked freely, humbly, and with the quiet knowledge that beauty is fleeting, pride is dangerous, and the soul's freedom is worth far more than any moment of admiration or fleeting pleasure. The red shoes had danced their final steps, and Karen had survived theirs. In a kingdom ruled by distance and duty, a young princess once journeyed to a far land, her life carefully plotted by the hands of others. She believed in the kindness of strangers and the guidance of those above her, yet the path she took was lined with betrayal, cruelty, and secrets that weighed heavier than her royal cloak. This is the story of a girl whose voice was stolen, whose trust was shattered, and whose courage was tested by wind and shadow alike. A tale where the innocent suffer, the wicked prosper for a time, and the quiet strength of a single heart changes the course of fate. The princess was the only daughter of a great king, born with the grace of her mother and careful temper of her father. From her earliest days, she had been trained to sit quietly, to curtsy at the correct moment, and to speak with measured politeness. She had learned the weight of her crown before she could even walk, though no crown ever rested on her head. Her life was a life of expectation, a life mapped out by the careful hands of those who had raised her. Now, at the age of 16, the king had chosen for her a distant prince, a man whose kingdom lay across high mountains and wide rivers. It was a marriage that promised alliances, wealth, and the continuation of a royal line. Yet the princess knew little of the prince, and she understood even less of the life that awaited her in that foreign land. The preparations for her departure were precise. Her room was filled with silks and linens, furs and fine shoes, each item selected with thought to appearances and the approval of distant eyes. Servants bustled in the corridors, carrying trunks, baskets of provisions, and small trinkets meant to amuse the prince upon her arrival. Among them moved the maid, her eyes always bright, always attentive, as if the princess herself could not see her thoughts. She was called Selma, and for many years the princess had trusted her entirely. Yet beneath her quiet obedience lay envy, a hunger for more than the service of another. Selma's hair was dark, her features plain beside the princess's gentle beauty, and she had grown accustomed to the whispers of palace life that spoke of cleverness and ambition. She had watched the princess rise in favour, walk with her father through the halls, and accept the attentions of visitors. The seed of her plan had taken root months before the journey even began, and now it quietly stirred within her mind. The princess's travelling companions were few but loyal. A coachman, 2 footmen, and a pair of hunters assigned to guard the royal party accompanied her. Her horses were strong and trained for long travel, their coats brushed to shine and hooves polished. Yet despite these comforts, the princess could not still the small tremor that travelled through her chest. She was leaving the world she knew, the people who had shaped her life, and stepping into a land unknown. She imagined the mountains that would rise like walls against the sky, the rivers that would demand courage to cross, and the forests that stretched endlessly with shadows and hidden creatures. Her father had pressed a final piece of advice upon her: to obey the prince when she met him, to smile, to speak only what was necessary. Yet all these instructions did not ease the quiet fear that pressed against her heart. The journey began under a pale sun, with banners flying and servants calling the names of the princess and her attendants. For the first days, the roads were fair, the inns welcoming, the villagers curious but respectful. The princess rode beside Selma, feeling the maid's eyes constantly upon her, and she found herself smiling to dispel the unease that lingered like mist. Nights were colder than she had expected. She shivered under furs and blankets, hearing only the distant calls of animals in the dark woods. She imagined wolves, bandits, even spirits of the forest, and she pressed herself closer to Selma, though she did not yet sense the danger that lay nearer than the shadows. Selma's envy grew silently, a small fire that no one but she could see. She had planned each step with careful cunning. If she could seize the princess's place, she would be lifted from the obscurity of service into the life of luxury, marrying a prince, and living in a palace where her words would carry weight. She whispered assurances into her own mind, telling herself that the princess's beauty and innocence made her weak, that her own cleverness made her strong, and that the world would soon bend to her design. The first night in the forest, when the princess slept lightly in her carriage, Selma touched the silks and whispered a charm she had learned in secret, a charm that would make the princess's voice thin and fragile, a voice that could be silenced if pressed too hard. The princess did not wake, but from that moment the power of her words would falter. The days passed with increasing strain. The forest grew darker, the road steeper, and the horses more weary. Rain fell in sheets that soaked clothing and churned Ephatus to mud. The princess's delicate hands blistered from rains, her shoes soaked and ruined, and her stomach ached from the rough bread and cold water that was all the inns could offer. Travellers passed in wagons, some friendly, some wary, and each time the princess looked at Selma for reassurance, the maid's face held only concern and sympathy. Yet each smile hid the growing plan in her mind, a plan that would soon come to fruition. At last they reached the place where the high mountains cut the sky, where only narrow paths twisted along cliffs, and where the air grew sharp and thin. Here Selma acted. She whispered to the princess of the danger of the path ahead, of the need to exchange garments with her for safety, claiming that her own experience would guide the princess better than a foreign carriage. Afraid and trusting, the princess obeyed. She removed her silks, her furs, her crown-like hairpins, and handed them to Selma. In return, Selma offered rough garments, clothes more suitable for servants, heavy and plain. The princess hesitated, sensing unease, but before she could speak, Selma pressed her hand to the princess's lips and murmured the charm again. The princess felt a hollow cold rise in her throat, and when she tried to protest, only a thin, trembling sound came. She could not speak, and she could not demand the truth. With the exchange complete, Selma assumed the princess's identity. She walked ahead proudly in fine clothing, wearing the smile that the princess had practiced for so long. Travellers and guards bowed to her, mistaking her for the princess. The real princess, now in rough garments, followed behind with the geese that wandered near the road, her hair tangled and her hands raw from the journey. The switch was complete, and the maid's triumph was silent but absolute. She had stolen the crown without blood, without a blade, and the princess had no means to claim it. The princess wandered through villages and along wild meadows, her only companions the geese that she tended. They were noisy and clumsy, yet somehow loyal, following her even when she had nothing to feed them but wild grass. Each morning she woke to the wind whipping at her face. Each night she huddled alone beneath a tree or in a hollow, the earth cold and damp beneath her. Her body ached, her hands cracked from labour, and yet she held a quiet hope, fragile as the first spring flower breaking through frost. She remembered the prince she was meant to meet, remembered her father's advice, and remembered the person she had been. Though her voice was gone, her spirit whispered within, a steady insistence that she would survive, that she would endure, and that one day the wrongs done to her might be set right. Alone in the wild, tending geese as the sun rose and fell, the princess learned the cruelty of envy, the sharp edge of betrayal, and the endurance of hope. She had lost her voice, her status, her companions, and yet she had not lost herself. The forest around her was silent but not empty, the geese her only audience, and her heart carried the knowledge that this was not the end. The journey had become a trial far beyond any she had imagined, yet she was determined to see it through. Though the maid walked ahead in luxury and deceit, the princess would hold fast to what no thief could take. Her courage, her patience, and the slow, quiet strength that grew in the shadow of betrayal. The princess's days passed in quiet labour, her hands roughened and her feet sore from the uneven ground. She had become the Goose Girl, a figure of ridicule to anyone who chanced upon her. Her silks and furs were gone, replaced with coarse cloth that scratched her skin and hung loosely on her small frame. The villagers who saw her assumed she was nothing more than a servant, perhaps a wandering girl who had lost her way. They pointed and whispered, and sometimes laughed, though none could guess at the truth hidden beneath her plain garments. She tended the geese from dawn to dusk, calling them with a low whistle and chasing them back into their pens when they strayed too far. Their clumsy wings and noisy chatter were her only companions in the wide, empty fields. The seasons pressed upon her with unrelenting weight. Cold winds cut through the valley, and winter brought frost that whitened the grass and left the geese huddled together for warmth. The princess shivered beneath her thin clothing, gnawing at her fingers when hunger pressed too sharply. Summer offered no respite, for the sun scorched the earth, and the work became heavier, carrying water from the stream to keep the birds alive, keeping watch when storms threatened to scatter them. Each day she remembered the life stolen from her, the soft beds, the bright halls, the gentle voices that had spoken only encouragement. Yet now all of that belonged to Selma, the maid who walked in luxury, draped in silks, and pretending to be the princess, while the real girl lived in mud and wind. Her grief was a constant companion, a quiet ache beneath her ribs. She longed to speak, to call the truth to the world, but her voice had been stolen. When she tried, only a faint, rasping sound emerged, as though her words were feathers trapped in her throat. She raged silently at Selma, imagining the maid parading through castles, laughing at their deception, tasting the sweetness of stolen power. The anger pressed against her heart in the long nights, yet she could not act. Every plan she imagined faltered. Every attempt to resist ended in exhaustion and despair. She was powerless, and she knew it, yet she refused to let the despair claim her entirely. Within the hollow where she slept, beneath the trees that creaked with wind and snow, she nurtured a stubborn ember of hope. Small signs of the world's favour reached her like delicate threads. The geese seemed to understand her heart, clustering close when storms raged and refusing to leave her side. In the nearby mill, an old miller often caught sight of her, a pale figure with tangled hair and dirt-stained hands, tending her flock as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He spoke little, but there was a kindness in his eyes, a recognition of her difference, though he did not yet know the truth. Sometimes the wind carried strange whispers through the trees, voices she could not place, urging her to patience, to care, to observe. Flowers grew where her feet pressed, and small animals, curious and bold, approached her, lingering long enough to offer companionship. Nature itself seemed to acknowledge her, granting her solace in the way the sun warmed her face after weeks of rain, or the snow melted around her footprints while leaving the surrounding field frozen. Her inner struggle deepened with each passing day. She mourned the life taken from her, yet she learned to endure the labour. She felt grief for herself, for the father who believed her safely on her way, and for the prince who awaited a bride he would never receive in truth. Anger burned quietly against her ribs, a steady reminder that the world could not claim her entirely. Determination began to form like iron in her chest. If she could survive this winter, if she could watch and wait, then perhaps there would come a time to speak, to act, to reveal Selma's deceit. Though the work of goose tending was tedious and humiliating, it was also a shield. The villagers saw a servant. The princess learned patience, resilience, and the value of quiet observation. It was during one particularly cold morning, when frost coated the reeds and the stream hissed with thin ice, that she met the horse. The animal was not ordinary, though to the casual eye it seemed so. Its coat was black as the deepest night, and its eyes held a brightness that seemed to understand far more than any human had ever known. The horse spoke, not with words, but with thought, impressing its meaning into her mind like a gentle pulse. It reminded her of the princess she had been, of her father's love, and of the true path that awaited her if she remained steadfast. She was not entirely alone. The horse became her confidant, guiding her through the fields, warning her of danger and offering the warmth of silent companionship. Its presence transformed the endless toil into something bearable, a connection to the world she had been cast out from. The contrast between her life and that of the false princess was stark. Selma rode with elegance, feasted on fine bread and sweet wine, and walked among nobles with the poise of someone born to deceive. She smiled at the prince, fawned before the court, and accepted praise for her beauty and intelligence. Meanwhile, the real princess laboured under cold rains, slept beneath trees, and felt the sharp sting of frost on her cheeks and the bitter ache of hunger. The world had been inverted. The cruel had ascended, the innocent had fallen. And yet the princess bore her suffering with dignity, learning to endure what Selma could never imagine. The thought that justice might one day arrive kept her feet moving through mud, and her hands busy with feathers and water. Then, one evening, as the sun sank behind the distant hills and the sky darkened with a violet twilight, she discovered a sign. Among the reeds at the edge of the stream lay a silver pin, small and delicate, engraved with her family crest. She recognized it immediately. It was a token from her own father, one he had tucked into her travelling cloak before the journey, surely lost in the chaos of the betrayal. Its appearance here, carried by wind or fate, seemed a deliberate signal that she had not been forgotten. The horse's eyes glimmered knowingly, nudging her gently with its head. This was a message. The world had not abandoned her, and perhaps, if she could read the signs carefully, she would find a path to reclaim what was hers. She held the pin in her rough, calloused hands, feeling a spark of hope that was almost painful in its intensity. The cold fields, the biting wind, the endless labour, these would not break her entirely. If the pin had found her, then there were others who remembered, others who might recognise the truth. Perhaps the miller's eyes held it, or the whispers of the wind, or the silent understanding of the horse. A plan, faint and fragile, began to form in her mind, though she could not yet speak it aloud. It was enough to know that the seeds of justice were sown, and that with patience and courage she might see them bloom. Night fell, thick and unyielding, and the princess huddled beneath her cloak, surrounded by the soft murmur of geese and the quiet breathing of the horse. The wind whispered against the reeds and through the trees, carrying the memory of her true life and the promise of what might come. Her voice was gone, stolen by magic and by malice, but her heart spoke with undiminished clarity. She would survive, endure, and watch. One day, the world would be compelled to see the truth. And though the path was long, uncertain, and shadowed with danger, she would walk it with the same steady patience she had learned among the geese. The princess had grown cautious and quiet, moving through the fields as if she were part of the wind itself. Her companion, the black horse with eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of the earth, guided her along hidden paths, around the villages, and toward the distant castle where the prince awaited. She no longer spoke aloud, but her mind worked steadily, noting everything she saw. She learned the habits of the guards, the schedule of the false princess, and the quiet ways in which messages passed between servants. Every small observation became a thread, and she wove them carefully, creating a map of deceit and a plan of action. The pin she had found, a sign from her father, she kept close to her heart. It reminded her that she was not invisible, that justice could yet reach her. Meanwhile, Selma's arrogance grew. She had fully assumed the princess's identity, wearing the silks and jewellery, smiling before the prince, and accepting every compliment as though it were owed to her. She believed herself untouchable, imagining the prince's admiration would last forever, and that the world would continue to bow to her cleverness. She mocked servants who misstepped and dismissed any suggestion that she might one day be found out. Yet even her confidence bore the cracks of unease. She could not ignore the way the miller watched her from the courtyard, nor the way the horse lingered at the edge of the castle stables, black coat glinting in the sun, as if it understood the truth the humans could not. The princess moved closer each day, venturing beyond the fields and forests to watch the castle from a safe distance. The horse guided her through secret paths, avoiding patrols and whispering alerts in its silent way. She learned the faces of those who knew the truth, those few who could see through Selma's falsehood, and she waited for a moment when their aid could be enlisted. Each step toward the castle was a test of patience, endurance, and courage. She felt the weight of every mile, every hardship endured in the past months, and yet she pressed on, knowing that the time for justice was approaching. At last, the opportunity arrived. The prince was to be married to the false princess in a grand ceremony. The halls were bright with banners, the floors polished to a sheen, and the people of the kingdom gathered to witness what they believed would be the joining of two royal lines. Selma walked with poise and confidence, expecting praise and admiration, blind to the storm approaching. The princess, in her plain garments, arrived at the castle unnoticed, guided by the horse to a small hidden chamber where the true allies waited. The miller, a few servants loyal to her father, and the soft whispers of nature itself stirring through the open windows. The test that revealed her identity came quietly, as though the world itself had conspired to tell the truth. The miller brought forth the silver pin, and the princess, pressing it to her chest, allowed the secret of her labour to be known. A servant, long familiar with the princess in her early days, recognized the pin and the way she moved, the way her hands, though roughened, carried an elegance that no ordinary servant could possess. Whispers spread through the halls, and the horse, standing at the chamber door, neighed once, a sound that seemed to shake the foundations of deceit. Selma's face paled as she realized the tide had turned. The false princess could no longer hide behind borrowed beauty and stolen garments. The prince, confused but attentive, watched as the truth unfolded. The princess did not speak, but her eyes conveyed everything: the pain, the endurance, and the dignity she had preserved through months of hardship. The witnesses, guided by the subtle signs and the silver pin, confirmed her identity. Even the geese she had tended, brought forward by the miller, seemed to follow her with quiet obedience, a living testament to her perseverance. The court could not deny what was plain before them. The real princess had survived betrayal, endured hardship, and returned to claim her rightful place. Selma's punishment was grim, in keeping with the severity of her betrayal. She was removed from the palace, stripped of all trappings of power, and left to labour in fields far from the sight of royalty. The servants who had aided her deceit faced their own reprimands, and the court ensured that the memory of treachery would not fade easily. The princess did not take pleasure in the suffering of others. Her victory was not cruelty, but justice, a reclamation of what had been stolen. The halls were restored to truth, the banners once meant to deceive now honouring the rightful heir, and the palace, long shadowed by lies, felt lighter in the knowledge of honesty restored. With her place reclaimed, the princess began the slow work of restoration. She took time to care for her hair, now tangled and matted from months in the wild, and her hands, scarred and cracked, were gently soothed with oils and cloth. She walked through the castle halls, not with the arrogance of someone triumphant, but with the quiet strength of someone who had endured, who had learned patience, resilience, and the bitter taste of injustice. The prince, observing her courage and silent dignity, recognized not only her identity, but the depth of character that set her apart. Though words were still fragile upon her lips, her presence spoke volumes, and those who saw her could not mistake the truth. Yet the princess was forever changed. The memory of betrayal lingered, a shadow she could not fully banish. The months in the fields, the cold, the hunger, and the relentless labour had left their mark upon her body and spirit. She knew the world could be cruel, that envy and deceit could flourish even where kindness once reigned, and that trust must be measured carefully. And yet, she had survived. She had endured the loss of her voice, the humiliation of her labour, and the isolation of the wild, only to rise again, stronger and wiser. The horse remained at her side, silent and watchful, a reminder that allies could be found in unexpected forms, and that the world could offer both cruelty and protection. Life continued beyond the palace, as it always did. The princess assumed her role with measured care, observing the workings of the kingdom, guiding her household, and preparing for the duties of marriage and rule. She did not forget the past, nor did she allow herself to be blinded by comfort or luxury. Justice had been served, yet she remained aware that the world's shadows were never fully gone. Selma, labouring far from the halls of power, served as a reminder that deceit can rise, and that vigilance must be constant. The princess's story became one of endurance and quiet triumph, a tale whispered among servants and nobles alike, a lesson in the strength of patience, courage, and truth. In the evenings, she would sometimes visit the geese that had once been her only companions, allowing herself to remember the months in which survival had been her only triumph. She walked with them along the stream, feeling the wind on her face, recalling the whispering reeds and the guidance of the horse, and she understood that the world, though cruel and uncertain, could also hold wonder and small signs of mercy. Her voice, once silenced, returned slowly as if the earth itself restored it to her in recognition of her endurance. She spoke carefully, measured, but each word carried the weight of all she had endured, and those who heard it could sense the depth beneath the simple syllables. Thus, the princess reclaimed her place, but not without the memory of her suffering. She ruled, or would one day rule, with the wisdom of someone who had seen the darkness firsthand and understood its depths. She had been betrayed, humiliated, and cast into the wild, yet she had emerged with patience, courage, and dignity intact. The palace had been restored to truth, the maid punished, and the world reminded that justice, though sometimes delayed, arrives with certainty. And though life continued, as it always must, the princess carried within her the quiet knowledge of endurance, the understanding that even in the coldest, loneliest hours, hope could survive, and that the heart, once tested, becomes stronger than any crown could ever signify. In a kingdom that shone like a jewel, but hid shadows in its corners, there lived a king whose love for his only daughter grew twisted with sorrow and desire. The tale that follows is not one of simple innocence or fairy tale endings. It is a story of a girl forced to flee from the unnatural wishes of a father, of impossible demands, and of survival in a world that often rewards cunning over virtue. In this story, the dresses of gold and stars are not just clothing, but tests of the human spirit, and the path to safety is paved with disguise, desperation, and the quiet bravery of one who refuses to yield. This is the story of Donkeyskin. Once there was a king who ruled a prosperous land, beloved for his fairness and his wealth. He had a queen, and together they lived in a castle that shone with gold in the sunlight, with towers that reached the clouds and gardens full of roses, lilies, and rare plants that whispered in the wind. The queen was kind and gentle, and the people adored her, as did the king. In time, she bore him a daughter, a child of beauty and grace that seemed to shine even brighter than the morning sun. The girl grew among the splendour of the castle, learning manners, reading, music, and the ways of her people, and everyone who saw her could not help but marvel at her charm. But life, as it often does, turned cruel. The queen fell ill, suddenly and without warning, and all the physicians of the kingdom, wise and skilled though they were, could not save her. She died, leaving the king in a grief so deep it seemed to swallow him entirely. For months he wandered the halls of his castle, silent and hollow, speaking only to the ministers and servants when necessity demanded it. The kingdom mourned with him, but the sorrow in his heart grew darker than any shadow in the forests surrounding the palace. In that sorrow, a strange and unnatural desire took root. The king found himself thinking, again and again, that of all the things he had lost, the child, the daughter of his late queen, was the one who most resembled her, who reflected in her eyes the gentle smile of the mother he had adored. The thought grew quietly at first, a seed of obsession that he tried to dismiss, but soon it consumed his mind. The grief and the desire became tangled, and the king began to imagine a world in which he could have his wife again, in some way through the daughter who looked so like her. The daughter, whose name was never more than whispered among the servants, began to notice the change in her father. At first it was subtle, lingering glances that made her skin crawl, questions that seemed too personal, remarks that confused her. She felt a cold fear take root in her heart, though she could not yet name it. When the truth became clear, when the king spoke his desire aloud, demanding her hand in marriage, her world shifted as if the floor had opened beneath her feet. Horror settled over her like a thick fog. She had loved her father as a child loves a parent, trustingly and innocently, and now he had turned that love into something grotesque. Her stomach knotted, her hands shook, and she felt the heavy weight of dread press her to the ground. She begged him, she reasoned with him, she pleaded in every way a daughter could, but grief and obsession had clouded his mind. The ministers and advisers were silenced by fear or respect. None dared oppose the king openly. The daughter realized that no argument, no tears, no appeal to reason would turn him from this path. She knew then that she had to find another way to survive, for in his twisted desire lay a threat to her life itself. It was at this time that a wise and mysterious fairy, known for her power and cunning, came to her in secret. She had watched the child from afar, noting her beauty, her wit, and the danger she now faced. The fairy's eyes were sharp, her voice calm yet edged with authority, and she offered counsel that was both clever and cruelly practical. She told the girl that if she wished to delay the king, and perhaps save herself entirely, she must ask for things that were impossible to create, demands so great that no ordinary man could fulfill them. The first request was for 3 dresses, each more wondrous than the last. One must be the colour of the sky at dawn, so soft and glowing that it seemed the sun had sown it from its first light. The second must be as dark as the deepest night, sparkling with countless tiny stars, so delicate that the wind alone might scatter its threads. The third must be more beautiful than the moon at its fullest, with silver woven into the fabric so fine that it could not be cut with a knife. The fairy knew these requests would take time to prepare, and in that time the king's patience might falter, or at least the girl could plan her escape. The king, however, did not falter. His love for the girl, twisted by grief, was matched by his pride and his wealth. He commanded his tailors, his weavers, his finest artisans to craft these impossible gowns. They laboured day and night, gathering silk from distant lands, silver from hidden mines, and thread spun with magic whispered into them by the finest enchanters. The dresses were finished, each one more magnificent than the girl had imagined, each one a testament to the king's obsessive devotion. But the fairy, seeing that the king might still not be deterred, gave one final and most terrible task. The girl was to request the hide of the magical donkey that produced gold from its behind. This was not a simple task, for the donkey was alive, wise, and as cunning as any human. Its hide was enchanted to be soft, supple, and golden, yet protected by spells that no ordinary hand could break. The girl, following the fairy's guidance, asked for it. The king, determined to fulfill her every wish and blind to the warning, commanded that the donkey be slain and its hide prepared for the girl. The animals of the kingdom whispered of the cruelty, and the servants felt the unease of an order so unnatural. But the king's will was absolute. The donkey was killed, and its hide was made ready, shining unnaturally in the sun, and the girl felt a shiver of horror at the thought of wearing it. With these impossible items in her possession, the girl realized that delay alone was no longer sufficient. The king had proven that his power and obsession could create even the most magical of things. There was no hope of swaying him. Her life and her honor were at risk. The fairy, understanding the urgency, told the girl that she must leave the kingdom entirely, that she must flee under the cloak of the Donkeyskin, hiding her beauty and her identity until she found a place where she could be safe. She prepared quietly, gathering only what she could carry, leaving behind the gold, the silver, and the treasures that had once been hers by birthright. She wrapped herself in the donkey's hide, hiding her hair, her face, and her skin beneath the rough, brown pelt. And for the first time in her life, she stepped outside the castle walls alone. The wind bit at her cheeks. The forest stretched endlessly before her, and the cries of the night creatures seemed to echo the fear in her heart. She walked swiftly, never looking back, though she could see the towers of her home glimmering in the distance, knowing that if she lingered, the king's shadow would reach her even there. As she journeyed into the dark, unknown world, her mind was a whirl of terror, grief, and determination. The Donkeyskin was heavy, coarse against her skin, but it was her only protection. Each step carried her further from the life she had known and closer to the uncertain freedom that awaited her. The magical dresses, now hidden in the folds of the hide, whispered to her of hope and survival, their impossible beauty a reminder of the cleverness that had allowed her to escape death and dishonour. And so, under the cover of night, she vanished into the world beyond her father's reach, a girl disguised as a lowly creature, carrying with her the silent promise of reclaiming her life. She did not yet know what awaited her, whether danger or kindness, love or betrayal, but she had taken the first step toward freedom. The wind in the trees seemed to sigh in sympathy, and the moon, pale and watchful, shone on her path, as if guiding her through the shadows toward the life that she might yet claim for herself. The girl travelled far from the kingdom, each step taking her deeper into the unknown. The forest stretched endlessly, dense and shadowed, the paths twisting like the thoughts in her mind. She moved mostly at night, when the moonlight was pale, and the stars were distant witnesses to her flight. The Donkeyskin weighed heavily on her, rough against her arms and legs, rubbing sores into her skin, but she did not remove it. She could not afford to be seen as anything but a lowly, unrecognizable figure. Her hair was hidden beneath the hood, her face shadowed, her voice quiet and careful. Days passed without rest, and hunger gnawed at her stomach, sharper than the fear she carried. She drank from streams, ate berries and roots when she could, and avoided villages, knowing that curiosity or recognition could betray her. Her heart ached for the life she had left behind, the golden halls of her home, the gardens filled with flowers, the servants who had treated her kindly before fear and whispers had taken hold. She longed for her mother, whose memory was now entwined with terror, and she grieved for her father, whose love had been perverted into something dark and dangerous. At last, after weeks of travelling, she came upon a distant estate, a castle less grand than her father's, but sturdy and well tended, with high walls and fields stretching into the horizon. The people who lived there were few, but they were watchful. She approached cautiously, her head bowed, her body stooped beneath the weight of the Donkeyskin. The gatekeeper, a grizzled man with eyes sharp from years of guarding, barely looked at her, seeing only a ragged traveller, hungry and weary. He directed her to a small building where the servants lodged, and there she was taken in, quietly, without question, without judgment. The servants were simple folk, kind in ways that were unfamiliar to her, offering food and a place to rest. They did not ask her name, did not press her for stories, and did not probe into her past. She marvelled at the relief this brought. No one saw her beauty, no one whispered about her dresses, no one reminded her of what she had lost. She began to perform tasks quietly, sweeping floors, tending the fire, carrying water, gathering herbs from the garden. Each day was a careful act of survival, a balance between remaining invisible and doing just enough to be accepted. Even as she worked, her mind was never still. Shame clung to her, a constant shadow, for she could not forget the twisted desire of her father. Fear followed her like a second skin, sharper than the donkey hide she wore. She feared discovery, feared the return of the king's obsession, feared the whispers of the outside world. And yet, amid the fear, a quiet strength began to grow. She learned to move without drawing attention, to speak softly without betraying her thoughts, to carry herself with humility while keeping her mind alert and cunning. Survival became a skill, a game she played every day with patience and precision. The magical dresses she had brought with her remained hidden, folded beneath loose straw in the corner of her room. They were her only link to the world she had left behind, a secret she carried like a treasure too precious to touch often. Each night, when the estate was silent, she would unfold a corner of one gown and run her fingers over the fabric, letting the colour, the softness, the impossible beauty remind her that she was still more than the disguise she wore. They were small lights in a world that had grown dark, a promise that one day she might reclaim not only her freedom, but her dignity. Days turned into weeks, and her routine settled into a rhythm. She learned the rhythms of the estate, when the master and mistress dined, when the servants slept, when the animals needed care. She became adept at moving through the halls unseen, at performing tasks without being noticed, at slipping into corners when strangers approached. Yet even in her invisibility, the estate was not silent. She could hear the distant laughter of visitors, the commands of the master, the soft footsteps of someone approaching. It was during one of these quiet moments, when she was carrying water from the well, that she first caught a glimpse of the prince. He was not a prince of this estate, not yet, but a young man of wealth and station, visiting for reasons she did not know. She saw him from a distance, his face half hidden by a hood, his eyes scanning the grounds as if seeking something he could not name. There was a light in his gaze, a curiosity, a sense that he noticed what others did not. She hurried away, hiding behind the hedges and trees, heart pounding, yet the sight of him lingered in her mind. There was no recognition yet, no connection beyond the faint stirrings of attention. But it was the first sign that her life in hiding would not remain entirely invisible. She became more careful. She observed the visitors and the family from a distance, learning their habits, noting their movements, always keeping to the shadows. She practiced silence, moving her feet lightly, controlling her breathing, covering any trace of herself that might betray the secret she carried. The Donkeyskin was her shield, but it was also her prison, for it kept her beauty hidden, kept her voice low, kept her identity a secret, even from those who might help her. And yet she endured it because it was necessary, because safety demanded concealment, because life demanded cunning. Her heart, though, did not harden completely. She thought often of her family, of the golden halls and the gardens, of her mother's gentle smile and her father's twisted grief. She longed for justice, for the chance to live without fear, for the hope that one day the world might see her for who she truly was. The magical dresses remained a secret, folded and hidden, reminders that she was still a princess, still capable of beauty, still deserving of life, untainted by the cruelty that had forced her from home. Slowly, the estate itself became familiar to her. She learned the names of the servants, the routines of the animals, the hours of work and rest. She began to take small risks, venturing further from the kitchens and stables, observing the grounds, exploring hidden corners where no one would find her. Each day brought a sense of quiet mastery, a careful control over her own life and her own fate. Yet she never forgot the danger that had sent her here, the father who had wished to possess her, the kingdom she had fled. And always in the quiet moments she thought of the prince, not yet as a companion or a saviour, but as a presence she sensed, a shadow of curiosity that followed her even when he did not know her. She caught glimpses of him at the edge of her vision, moving through the grounds, speaking softly to others, unaware of the lowly figure in the Donkeyskin who observed him from the shadows. The thought that she might one day reveal herself to him in the safety of her own choosing became a spark of hope, a small light in a life otherwise spent in hiding. Thus, she continued, day by day, hour by hour, surviving, enduring, hiding, learning. Her beauty was locked away beneath the coarse hide, her magical gowns folded in secret, her voice quiet, her presence nearly invisible. And yet, through the fear and shame, through the longing and the grief, she discovered a new strength, the strength to endure, to observe, to plan, to live. The world beyond her father's reach was not kind, but it offered her freedom, and in that freedom she began to feel the first stirrings of agency, of hope, of life lived on her own terms. The girl in the Donkeyskin, weary and cautious, hidden but aware, began to carve a life for herself in the shadow of a distant castle. And though she had fled from terror, she had not fled from all possibility. The magical dresses, the glimpse of the prince, the careful mastery of her daily existence, all were threads weaving together, quietly, toward a future that had yet to be written, a story that would not end in fear, but might yet find light in the darkness. Time passed quietly at the distant estate, though the girl in the Donkeyskin never forgot the life she had left behind, or the danger from which she had fled. Each day she moved through grounds with careful precision, carrying water, tending the animals, and performing her chores with the diligence of someone who understood that invisibility was both shield and survival. Yet in the back of her mind, the memory of the magical gowns, folded and hidden beneath straw, burned like a secret flame, a promise that her true self still existed, waiting for the moment it might be revealed. That moment arrived with the approach of a festival, a gathering in the estate's courtyard to celebrate the arrival of spring. Music drifted through the air, carried on a warm wind, and tables were laid with bread, cheese, and wine. Lanterns were hung from the trees, their flames flickering like captured stars, and the air thrummed with excitement. The girl had never participated in such events openly. Her presence was usually hidden in kitchens or stables. But tonight she resolved to take a small risk, to allow herself a momentary escape from the weight of the Donkeyskin. Carefully, in a quiet corner of the house where no one could see, she unfolded the dress of the dawn, the one woven from the first light of the sun. Its silk shimmered faintly, soft as a sigh, and the colours danced in her eyes as she wrapped it around her. The garment was almost impossible to wear without trembling, for it reminded her of the beauty and privilege she had abandoned and the danger she had escaped. Yet she felt, as she moved through the hallways toward the courtyard, that she was reclaiming a part of herself that had lain dormant for months. From the shadows of the crowd, the prince watched. He had come to the estate for reasons of his own, obligations, curiosity, or perhaps the same invisible thread that had drawn him to notice her in passing. But he was unprepared for the sight that greeted him. Among the dancers and musicians, moving with a grace that seemed almost otherworldly, was a figure radiant and unfamiliar. Her presence was commanding, not because she spoke or demanded attention, but because she seemed untouched by the ordinary, a creature of beauty that both fascinated and unsettled him. He watched her with a careful, growing attention, noting the subtle movements, the way her eyes scanned the crowd, yet never lingered too long, the faint humility in her bearing despite the grandeur of her dress. There was intelligence there, he realized, and a quiet strength that made him wonder who she was. What story lay behind those eyes? The mystery tugged at him, an irresistible curiosity that would not be ignored. He did not approach, not yet. He observed, waited, and let the moment unfold. The girl, aware of his presence without needing to look directly, felt a strange mixture of fear and hope. She did not know him, did not trust him, but she sensed that he could be an ally, a witness to the self she had been forced to hide. She moved carefully among the guests, always at the edges of attention, revealing only glimpses of herself, never speaking, never claiming her place openly. Yet in every gesture, every subtle smile, every careful motion, she spoke in a language the prince could understand, a language of resilience, survival, and quiet command. Over the course of the evening, she revealed herself in stages, slipping into the dress of night, its deep velvet dotted with tiny sparkling stars, and then into the dress of the moon, silver and luminous. Each transformation was secret, hidden from the ordinary eyes of the estate, but observed by the prince from his distant vantage. With every change, his fascination grew. He was not seeing a servant or a wandering traveller. He was seeing someone extraordinary, someone who carried her past and her danger with a grace that was almost terrifying in its perfection. Slowly, the prince began to understand. This was no ordinary visitor, no mere beauty to be admired from afar. There was intelligence, cunning, and deliberate choice in every action. The magical gowns were not simply ornaments, but tools, ways to reveal truth without force, to command attention without words. The girl was orchestrating her own story, unfolding it on her terms, and he recognized the power in that. The girl in turn realized that she had been seen, that the prince had understood more than she had intended. But she also saw in him no threat, only interest, and the careful consideration of someone who might respect her boundaries. The fear that had shadowed her existence, the fear of her father, of being possessed, of being trapped, was still present, but it no longer consumed her. She had survived, hidden, and planned, and now she could choose how and to whom she revealed herself. In time, through small interactions, her presence noticed, her actions admired, the prince learned her name, her story, and the trials that had brought her to the estate. He saw the depth of her suffering, and the cleverness that had kept her alive, and he admired her not for her beauty alone, but for her courage and her intelligence. He became a witness to her journey, not a rescuer demanding repayment, but a companion recognizing the autonomy she had earned. The tension of her past, the father's obsession, the threat to her life, the kingdom she had fled, was resolved not through confrontation, but through distance and survival. The king, unable to reach her, remained a shadow in memory alone, powerless now that she had claimed her own path. The magical gowns, once instruments of delay and distraction, became symbols of her agency, tools that had allowed her to move from fear to control. Eventually the girl stepped fully into her own life. She chose to reveal herself openly, to claim a place in the estate, and to engage with the prince on her own terms. Whether she married him or remained independent, she did so not out of necessity but by choice, guided by her intelligence and her understanding of the world. The life she had been forced to flee no longer dictated her fate. She had turned danger into strategy, grief into resilience, and fear into autonomy. The festival ended, the lights dimmed, and the estate returned to its quiet rhythms. Yet the girl, no longer merely the figure in Donkeyskin or hidden dresses, carried with her the quiet hope of a life rebuilt. The prince remained near, attentive, aware but respectful of the boundaries she had established. And though the world outside still held uncertainty, the girl had reclaimed her dignity and her sense of self. She had survived, and in that survival she found power. No perfect fairy tale conclusion awaited her. There were no magical proclamations or enchanted castles beyond what she had already claimed through courage. But there was something better, the knowledge that she could navigate the world on her own terms, that cunning, patience, and intelligence could restore not only safety but honour, that life after trauma could hold hope and possibility. The girl in the Donkeyskin had become a woman in control of her fate, and for her that was enough. As the moon rose, pale and watchful, she looked to the horizon, to the distant lands she had left behind, and felt neither longing nor fear. She had carried herself through darkness, had preserved her mind and heart, and had emerged into a life shaped by her own decisions. In the quiet, under the stars, she allowed herself the smallest smile, not of relief, not of triumph, but of recognition that she had endured, and that the world, in all its danger and mystery, could still be a place where she belonged. And so the story ends, not with perfection, but with hope, with resilience, and with the knowledge that survival and cunning can restore dignity. The girl who once fled in Donkeyskin, hiding from a father's perverse desire, now moved through a world as herself, unafraid, unseen no longer, and fully alive. In a quiet village, tucked between the forest and the hills, a mother goat lived with her 7 young children in a small sunlit house. The world outside was not kind, and she knew it. Shadows moved in the woods, hungry and patient, and the wind carried whispers of danger that even the innocent could not hear. She warned her children of the dangers beyond the door, but childhood is blind to the weight of fear, and innocence often walks straight into peril. This is a tale of trust, cunning, and the sharp edge of hunger, where survival is never guaranteed, and the shadows are always watching. The mother goat lived in a small house at the edge of the forest, a modest dwelling of wood and stone that smelled of hay and fresh milk. Inside, 7 children played, each full of life, innocence, and a little mischief. There was the eldest, strong and cautious, who often tried to look after the others, though sometimes pride got in the way of prudence. Next was a careful one, always noticing small details, from the sound of the wind to the colour of a bird's feathers. Then came the playful pair, twins so alike in voice and gesture that it was difficult to tell where one ended and the other began, their laughter echoing through the house like soft bells. The youngest 4 were more fragile, smaller, gentler, but each with its own spark. A quiet thinker, a curious wanderer, a shy dreamer, and the tiniest, a child who spoke little, but whose eyes were wide and sharp, missing nothing of what happened around him. Together they made a lively household, filled with the noise of clattering hooves on wooden floors, the shuffle of tiny feet, and the occasional tumble over a chair or a scattered pile of toys. The mother goat was gentle but firm, her voice carrying both warmth and the authority of experience. She knew the forest well and the creatures that lurked within it, and she had reason to be cautious. Wolves were clever, patient, and hungry, and hunger made them cruel. Before leaving one morning to fetch food from a distant part of the woods, she gathered her children in the centre of the room, their little faces attentive and serious. She warned them, explaining with careful words that no matter who knocked, no matter how sweetly they called, no one must be let inside. The forest was full of deceit, and the children must remember her instructions or face grave danger. The children nodded, some with solemn understanding, others with the kind of distracted attention only children can afford. They promised obedience, though their minds, already filled with games and imagined adventures, only half grasped the weight of her warnings. The mother kissed each one, lingering on the youngest with a long, worried glance, before leaving. The door shut behind her, leaving the children in the soft sunlight, the house quiet but for the distant rustle of leaves and the occasional creak of the wooden floor. Outside, the forest was alive with shadow and movement. Among the trees, a wolf crouched, his dark eyes gleaming with hunger and cunning. He had long watched the mother goat and her children, learning their habits, the rhythms of their voices, the times they were most vulnerable. Hunger gnawed at him, sharp and relentless, and the sight of 7 young goats, unprotected and trusting, filled him with dangerous anticipation. He moved with silent steps, circling the house, listening to the children at play, noting the sound of their hooves and laughter, cataloguing the differences in their voices. He knew the mother was away, and that gave him courage. The wolf understood that brute strength alone would not serve him. The children were small, but they were many, and some were clever enough to resist. He needed trickery, patience, and cunning, for this prey required more than teeth to capture. The wolf retired for a moment into the shadowed woods and considered his plan. He would alter his voice, soften it, sweeten it with false kindness, and cover his dark face with false innocence. Wolves cannot speak as humans do, but he had learned, by watching the mother and listening to the children, how to imitate their sounds, how to make his intentions seem harmless. He sharpened his teeth on a tree branch, feeling the excitement of the hunt pulse in his chest. Soon, the wolf approached the house, his voice low and measured. At first, it was a poor imitation, rough and foreign, and the children stiffened at the sound. The youngest, the sharp-eyed dreamer, ran to the window and peered outside. She saw the dark shape, the bright eyes, the cruel curve of teeth, and recoiled, warning her siblings with urgent cries. Some of the children's hearts pounded, but the eldest, ever proud and sometimes stubborn, was not easily frightened. The wolf's voice wavered at first, betraying him, but he quickly improved, softening his tone, mimicking the gentle voice of their mother. The children hesitated, listening. "Mother?" some whispered. The wolf's imitation was almost perfect, and his disguise clever. He had even dusted his paws with flour, and powdered them with chalk from the path, to whiten them, softening the harsh darkness of his fur. The youngest 4, small and timid, clung together in fear, but the twins, curious and brave in their way, crept forward to look, their heads cocked and ears perked. The wolf spoke again, more convincingly now, coaxing, warning, pleading in words not his own, and the eldest, wanting to protect but not fully seeing the danger, was fooled. He could not resist the sweet sound of the mother's voice, so familiar and comforting, and he opened the door. The wolf slipped inside like a shadow. His fur brushed the walls, and the air seemed to grow colder with his presence, though the children did not yet fully understand why. Their laughter had ceased, replaced by whispers of unease. The wolf circled, his eyes bright, studying them like one might examine fruit before choosing the ripest. One by one, the children realized their mistake too late. Fear filled the room, sharp and immediate, but the wolf was quicker. He seized them with swift, terrifying force. Screams echoed through the wooden house, sharp and dreadful, but the forest muffled them. The youngest child, who had watched from the shadows, hid beneath a table, heart pounding, too small to resist and too quick to be caught. From this vantage, he saw the wolf's cruel success, the shadows of his siblings consumed, the finality of the predator's hunger made real. It was a brutal lesson, stark and merciless, in the harshness of the world beyond the doors of their home. The wolf, sated with half of the children, paused, letting the weight of his greed and the warmth of the house lull him into a temporary rest. Outside, the forest waited, indifferent to the tragedy within the small walls. Inside, the youngest child trembled, silent and small, knowing that the fight for survival had only begun. Shadows lingered longer now, and the sunlight through the windows seemed weaker, as if the house itself understood the danger that had entered and had yet to leave. The wolf, cunning and cruel, had claimed his first victory. The mother goat, still far away in the forest, remained unaware, and the child left hiding could only watch, waiting for a chance to undo what had been done. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, and the house stood quiet once more, holding within it the tension of innocence betrayed, the first dark chapter of a tale that was only beginning to unfold. The house, once bright with laughter and small footsteps, now smelled heavy with smoke of fear and the sharp, metallic tang of the wolf's hunger. One by one, the 6 older children fell to the predator's cunning. The eldest, who had thought himself clever enough to protect the others, had been the first. The wolf's sharp teeth closed around him before he could call out a warning. The careful one, who noticed every detail of the room, every shadow on the floor, had tried to hide behind a chair, but the wolf's eyes, dark and unerring, found him easily. The playful twins had tumbled over one another in their attempts to flee, and the wolf took advantage of their clumsy speed. The fragile 4, curious, quiet, and small, were seized one after the other, their whimpers swallowed by the house itself. Through it all, the youngest child crouched beneath the table, frozen in terror, his small body pressed against the rough wood, his heart thumping like a drum. He could hear everything, the scrape of claws on the floor, the heavy breathing of the wolf, the muffled cries of his siblings, each sound twisted in his chest, a mix of horror and disbelief. The wolf was not just a beast of teeth and fur. He was clever, patient, and cruel, and the child began to understand, in a sudden, dreadful clarity, the price of misplaced trust. The wolf paused after his feast, the house silent except for the youngest child's quiet sobs. The predator's belly was full, his sides rising and falling in heavy, slow breaths. Greed and satisfaction had brought him into a stupor, and the air around him seemed to thicken with the stillness of exhaustion. He lay on the floor, his dark eyes half shut, his ears twitching at every sound, and for a moment the smallest goat dared to breathe, to move, to peek from his hiding place. The child's mind raced, though fear kept his body still. He had seen enough to understand the wolf's methods, enough to know the danger of being caught. Yet even in the shadow of horror, a spark of hope survived. The wolf had eaten his siblings but had not noticed him, had not considered the smallest one capable of thought or cunning. This oversight, born of the wolf's arrogance, offered a chance, however slim. Cautiously, the child studied the wolf. The fur was matted with the struggle. The teeth glistened in the dim light, and the wolf's chest rose and fell in slow, rhythmic breaths. Around him, the house seemed frozen, as if the walls themselves held their breath, waiting to see what the child would do. The smallest goat pressed his hooves to his mouth, thinking, weighing the impossible against the necessary. The wolf was clever, yes, but he was also heavy and slow now, fat with greed and full of arrogance. Perhaps that could be used against him. The child remembered the stories whispered by the mother, tales of cunning and survival, of beasts undone by their own hunger. He considered the wolf's stomach, distended from his gluttony, and an idea began to take shape. It was dangerous, frightening even to imagine, but the thought of saving what remained, of rescuing even a piece of his family, steeled his resolve. He would have to act quickly, quietly, and with precision. The house offered tools, knives left from their mother's cooking, a pair of scissors on the table, and the sharp edge of a small carving blade tucked away in a drawer. Yet even with tools, the plan was fraught with peril. One wrong movement could awaken the wolf, and a single mistake could mean the end. The child's mind worked furiously, weighing each possibility, tracing the wolf's breathing, and imagining every sound that might give him away. He knew he could not fight the wolf directly. Brute force would only bring disaster. He would have to rely on stealth, cunning, and the wolf's current weakness, his heavy, slow sleep. As the wolf's breathing deepened, the child crept from under the table, pressing himself against walls, sliding along the floor like a shadow. Every step was measured, every breath held, until he reached the wolf's side. The scent of blood and fur filled his nostrils, making his stomach turn, but he did not falter. The image of his siblings, helpless and consumed, forced his mind to focus, to overcome fear with necessity. The knife felt heavy in his small hoof, but it was the only chance he had, the only way to restore what had been lost. He examined the wolf's sides, feeling for the warmth of the recently eaten children. The body of the wolf rose and fell with the weight of his gluttony, and the child realized the wolf's stomach would be the place where hope could still exist. Though the wolf had destroyed much, there remained a way to reclaim life from the shadow of death. The child pressed the blade against the wolf, steadying his shaking body, and considered the moment ahead. There was no turning back. In the quiet house, the child's small, brave heart became a vessel of courage born of necessity. The wolf's complete victory was not yet absolute. Even in the darkest moment, the chance for redemption, for restoration lingered. The youngest goat understood that fear was not weakness, but a signal, a guide, and a companion in the task ahead. Every instinct sharpened, every sense heightened, he prepared to act, knowing the wolf's heavy sleep offered a fleeting window. Outside, the forest waited in silence, indifferent and unyielding. The sun had climbed higher in the sky, but the house remained a chamber of shadows, filled with the weight of cruelty and the lingering cries of what had been lost. Within, the child stood poised at the brink of action, knowing that survival demanded both intelligence and bravery. The wolf, fat with greed and blinded by triumph, had left a door open for the smallest, most cunning of the children, a door that might yet restore some measure of life to the household. The stage was set. The wolf, sated and arrogant, snored lightly, the rhythm slow and predictable. The youngest goat, hidden in shadow until now, prepared to act, devising a plan that could undo the horror and reclaim his siblings. He would need courage, timing, and a sharp mind. The quiet of the house held its breath, waiting for the moment when innocence, sharpened by fear, would confront cruelty and greed. The first act of survival had been endured. The next would require cunning as well as bravery. The child pressed closer to the wolf, small and nimble, eyes bright with determination, understanding that in the face of absolute darkness, even the smallest light could guide the way. The wolf's power, absolute in his hunger, was now vulnerable in his gluttony, and the youngest goat saw that where 6 had fallen, 1 could still act. Hope, fragile yet undeniable, stirred in the child's chest, ready to turn fear into action and despair into a plan that might save the remainder of his family. The air in the house was thick with tension, each second stretching like a wire ready to snap. The wolf dreamed, perhaps, of the feast he had claimed, but the child, alert and clever, watched, waited and planned. The balance had shifted, if only slightly. The shadow of the predator loomed large, but the smallest goat, with all the innocence that remained, would now be the instrument of what the forest and the wolf had not yet destroyed. The forest was quiet as the mother goat made her way home, her hooves soft on the dirt path. Her mind weighed with concern for her children. She had been gone longer than usual, gathering food and tending to the needs of the household, and a shadow of unease had begun to grow within her. The wind whispered among the trees, carrying the faintest echoes of the house she had left behind, and though she could not yet hear the truth, she felt it in the hollow place inside her chest. The small home at the edge of the forest appeared peaceful from a distance, the sun spilling across the roof and walls, yet something in the air was wrong. The birds were silent, and even the wind seemed to pause as she drew near. Inside the house, the youngest child moved cautiously. The wolf lay asleep, his sides full and his breathing slow and heavy, a dangerous and greedy creature lulled into temporary vulnerability. The smallest goat had acted with careful thought, cutting small slits in the wolf's fur to confirm the shape and warmth of his stomach, feeling for the bodies of the eaten siblings. Relief and horror mingled within him. The 6 children, though trapped inside the wolf, still lived in some small, miraculous way. The plan had to be executed carefully, for one misstep could awaken the beast and end what remained of his family. With trembling hooves and a steady heart, The youngest goat gathered the sharpest knives and scissors from the kitchen drawers, tools meant for ordinary tasks transformed into instruments of hope. He worked quietly, pressing the blade against the wolf's thick fur, cutting just enough to reach the stomach without rousing the sleeping predator. The room seemed to hold its breath, as if the walls themselves understood the gravity of the act. The wolf stirred occasionally in his dreams, a soft grunt, a twitch of his tail. But the smallest goat persisted, moving with patience and care that belied his size. One by one, the trapped children were freed from the wolf's belly, their small bodies pale and trembling, but alive. Relief washed through the youngest goat, though he dared not celebrate. There was still the matter of the wolf, a creature of gluttony and cruelty who had nearly destroyed his family. He could not be allowed to live, not if the lessons of fear and survival were to hold meaning. The children, still weak and shocked, huddled together, and the smallest led them to the tools, teaching them with quiet authority how to ensure the wolf could no longer harm them. When the act was done, the wolf's body lay still, but his eyes, wide and unseeing, reflected the finality of punishment. The forest outside seemed to echo the moral of the moment. Cruelty and cunning could bring temporary victory, but greed and arrogance left a creature vulnerable to justice. The mother goat, returning now with the sound of the wind rustling the trees, would soon see the result of both horror and courage, the mingling of loss and survival that marked the passage from innocence to awareness. She entered the house with her usual quiet steps, and immediately the atmosphere struck her. The scent of blood and fur, the weight of silence, and the pale, trembling forms of her children told her that something terrible had happened. Her eyes fell first on the youngest, the smallest of all, who had acted with courage and cunning beyond his years. Relief and grief warred within her. 6 of her children had been devoured, yet here, by a mixture of ingenuity and luck, the rest remained alive. The mother goat gathered her children close, holding them with a strength born of sorrow and relief. She inspected them carefully, ensuring that each was unharmed, though the terror they had endured left marks that would not fade quickly. She kissed the youngest, whose bravery had saved them all, and for a moment the room felt like it had returned to the warmth of family. Yet the shadows lingered, long and dark, a reminder that the woods outside remained dangerous, and that even home was not completely safe from cunning and cruelty. Outside, the wolf's body was taken to a place where it could be buried and marked, a grim testament to the consequences of unchecked hunger and deceit. The punishment was not cruel for cruelty's sake. It was a lesson, stark and simple, in the balance of justice. The children, though safe, would carry the memory of what had been lost, and the mother goat knew that the forest, the shadows, and the cunning of predators were lessons they must never forget. Her warnings, once abstract, had become real, etched into the lives of those who survived. Days passed, and the household began to regain some semblance of routine. The children, though scarred and quiet, played again in small bursts, their laughter tentative but genuine. The youngest, once merely the smallest and most observant, now bore the mark of experience and courage, the knowledge that even the darkest moment could be met with cleverness and bravery. The mother watched them, her heart heavy with grief for the lost, yet proud of the survival that had been hard won. The house, though safe for now, carried the weight of what had occurred. The furniture bore marks of the struggle, the floors bore scratches from claws and hooves, and the walls seemed to whisper of fear and cunning. Yet these were reminders, not curses, teaching the children the limits of innocence and the necessity of wisdom. They learned that the world beyond their door was not always kind, that creatures of greed and cruelty might appear at any moment, and that survival required both courage and careful thought. Even as the family settled back into their lives, the woods beyond the house remained a place of shadow and threat. The trees moved with a quiet menace, the wind carried whispers of danger, and the knowledge of what had occurred was never far from the mind of the youngest. He understood now that innocence alone could not protect, that cleverness, courage, and vigilance were as necessary as warmth and love. The mother goat, watching her children, knew the lessons would last a lifetime, that fear, tempered with wisdom, could guide them as much as love could. The wolf's story ended in quiet darkness, a reminder that greed and cruelty, though temporarily victorious, could be undone by patience, cunning, and bravery. The children who survived were scarred, yet alive, and the family, reunited, carried with them both grief and hope. The sun shone through the windows, soft and gentle, but the shadows remained longer in the corners, and the wind whispered through the trees. A warning and a lesson that life was never completely safe, that even in the warmth of home, vigilance must not falter. And so the family lived, forever changed, their laughter tempered by memory, their joy mingled with sorrow. The house was safe once more, yet the forest waited, patient and hungry, its shadows long and cunning, its whispers of danger never ceasing. The mother goat taught her children to be cautious. The children learned to be clever, and the youngest, whose bravery had saved them all, carried the knowledge that even in the darkest hour, the smallest spark of courage could light the way. The story closed, but not entirely. The world outside remained wild and dangerous, and the children, though safe, understood that life demanded respect for both shadow and sun, for cunning and for love, for fear and for hope. In the town of Hamelin, nestled among rolling hills and winding rivers, there existed a quiet despair that no one spoke of aloud. The town seemed ordinary at first glance. Neat houses, cobbled streets, and merchants calling out from their stalls. Yet, beneath this veneer of order, the town suffered from a creeping, gnawing problem, one that no law, no wealth, and no prayer could cure. The rats came in waves, relentless and fearless, and the people grew desperate. It was at this moment of quiet panic that a stranger appeared, a man with a strange coat, a curious pipe, and eyes that seemed to see everything at once. He promised a solution, but as all who encounter strangers soon learn, promises are often measured in shadows rather than light. Hamelin was a town like many others, quiet, orderly, and punctuated by the slow rhythm of daily life. Its streets were narrow, cobbled with care, and the houses leaned into one another as if in constant conversation. The marketplace, which opened at dawn, filled with the calls of merchants selling bread, cheese, and the occasional bit of fresh fish from the Weser River. Children played along the edges of the streets, dodging horses and carts, their laughter mingling with the shouts of vendors. It was a town that prided itself on its cleanliness and routine, and its people, though ordinary, held a stubborn confidence in their way of life. For years, the rhythm of Hamelin had gone uninterrupted, a small harmony of work, leisure, and commerce. But one summer, that harmony began to fray. It started subtly at first. A discarded loaf gone missing, a few scraps of cheese vanished from kitchen counters, and the occasional squeal in the night that some tried to dismiss as cats or rodents of little consequence. By the time the second week of July arrived, the problem had become impossible to ignore. Rats poured from the gutters and the fields, swarming in numbers that no one could have imagined. They crept through doors left ajar, slipped between cracks in floorboards, and scaled walls with unnerving ease. The sound of their scratching and gnawing filled the nights, relentless and mocking, a chorus that kept the townspeople awake and anxious. Every household felt their presence, the vermin's tiny claws leaving marks, their teeth gnawing through grain stores and furniture alike. Hamelin's council, composed of the mayor and several prominent merchants, gathered in the town hall to discuss the crisis. Every plan seemed futile. They tried traps, poisoned bait, and even hired hunters. But the rats proved clever, avoiding dangers with almost human cunning. By the third week, the population grew desperate. Fear replaced irritation, and irritation grew into panic. Merchants spoke in hushed tones of ruined business and spoiled goods. Mothers stayed up at night, clutching their children and listening to the skittering in the rafters, imagining the creatures gnawing at more than just bread. The rats were everywhere, and no one could claim to understand how they had multiplied so quickly. Amid this panic, whispers of a stranger began to circulate. Some said he had appeared on the edges of the town the day before, standing on the hill where the old windmill had long ceased to turn. His coat was of a colour that seemed impossible to name, shifting from green to red to gold depending on the light. He carried a pipe, simple in appearance yet strangely commanding, and his steps made no sound upon the cobblestones. Those who had glimpsed him spoke in nervous tones of eyes that glinted with a sharp intelligence, as though he could see the inside of every building and the thoughts of every resident. Rumour had it he had travelled from towns plagued by similar vermin, offering a solution that worked where no others could. The council, weary and sceptical, debated whether to summon him. They had little choice. On the fourth morning after his arrival, the stranger approached the town hall without invitation. He moved with a calm authority, the pipe resting against his shoulder. The mayor, wary yet desperate, allowed him to speak, though few dared enter the room with him. The stranger did not speak in words at first. Instead, he raised his pipe to his lips, producing a note so clear and pure that even the councilmen, seasoned by years of negotiation and commerce, felt a strange unease. The sound seemed to reach past their ears, curling into their minds, promising something more than mere relief, a certainty that order could be restored if they would only follow his terms. He made his request simple and direct, a payment for his services to be given once the task was completed. The council bristled. Such boldness was unusual, and the sum he demanded was generous, perhaps too generous for a town already strained by loss. Yet the sight of rats gnawing through the walls of the hall, crawling over the floorboards, and disappearing into the corners with impunity silenced most objections. In a voice that betrayed their hesitation, they agreed to his terms, promising him the reward he requested and hoping silently that they would not regret it. No one truly understood the nature of his music. When he raised the pipe again, the sound was not just heard, it was felt. It rolled through the streets, winding through alleys and doorways, brushing against the hearts of those who listened. And then, as if answering some invisible summons, the rats began to stir. They paused, their gnawing ceasing abruptly, as if the music held them in place. One by one, they emerged from their hiding places, drawn toward the tune with a devotion that terrified onlookers. The townspeople watched in a mixture of awe and horror as the creatures left homes, warehouses, and cellars, moving in a long, undulating line that followed the piper with uncanny obedience. The parade of vermin continued through the streets, out past the marketplace and the church, winding toward the hills. Some townsfolk tried to intervene, but it was as if the piper and his music existed in a separate reality, untouchable and irresistible. Even the bravest of the hunters, who had failed to catch the rat with traps or poison, were powerless. At last, the river came into view, the Weser shining dark and calm beneath the morning sun. The piper played with renewed vigour, and the rats, without hesitation or fear, plunged into the waters. They thrashed for a brief moment, caught in the current, and then disappeared, leaving only silence in their wake. Hamelin rejoiced. The town seemed reborn, cleansed of the persistent plague that had brought sleepless nights and gnawing fear. Bells rang in the church towers, and the merchants opened their shops with a sense of relief so profound that it bordered on ecstasy. Mothers embraced their children, grateful for the end of a terror that had consumed weeks of anxious nights. The piper, standing alone at the edge of the town, received the thanks of many, though he remained still, watchful, as if measuring their gratitude for authenticity. Yet, as swiftly as the celebrations began, shadows crept into the hearts of council. Arguments arose over the payment promised. The sum demanded by the piper seemed suddenly excessive in the light of their relief. One councilman suggested offering less, while another questioned whether the piper had truly risked anything at all. Their voices, raised and urgent, carried through the town hall, and the piper, hearing them, said nothing. He simply lowered his pipe, his gaze unreadable, and withdrew to the outskirts of Hamelin, leaving behind only the memory of the music and the empty streets now free of rats. The townspeople, carried by their newfound sense of freedom, turned their attention to daily matters, dismissing the unease that flickered at the edges of their thoughts. But in some quiet corners, in empty alleyways, and in the dim light of early dawn, attention lingered, a quiet, insistent whisper of consequence, as though the music that had saved them had also planted the seeds of a reckoning yet to come. And so Hamelin stood, momentarily restored, but already carrying within it the promise of a shadow that would not easily fade, for the piper had left more than the absence of rats. He had left a memory, sharp and persistent, of a power both beautiful and unyielding, waiting patiently for the day when it would be called upon again. The celebration in Hamelin was short-lived. What had been a town of relief and laughter quickly turned into a town of squabbles and grievances. The council, once united in desperation, fractured under the weight of their own caution and greed. They argued over the piper's fee, each voice sharper and more insistent than the last. One merchant claimed the sum demanded was beyond reason. Another insisted that a discount could be extracted, and yet another suggested that perhaps the piper had exaggerated the danger of the rats in order to secure a large reward. Their disagreements spilled into the streets, audible to any who cared to listen, and even the common folk began to murmur among themselves, questioning the necessity of the payment. When the piper returned to collect what was promised, he found no councilman ready to greet him with gratitude. Instead, they offered excuses and half-measures, attempts at bargaining and deflection. Some openly mocked him, suggesting that his skill had been no more than luck, that the rats would have left eventually, or that the town had been too easily impressed by a stranger's pipe. Others tried to drive him away, claiming he was an interloper, a trickster unworthy of trust. The piper said nothing, his eyes glinting with a quiet, measured intensity. Without a word, he turned and walked from the town, leaving the council to their arguments, leaving the people to their relief, but not their conscience. Though he disappeared from their sight, he did not vanish from their awareness. He lingered at the edges of Hamelin, hidden among the distant hills, in the folds of the forest, and in the quiet corners of streets they thought empty. The townspeople spoke of him in whispers, telling stories to children as warnings, though few dared to name him aloud. They feared the consequences of broken promises, but tried to convince themselves that the danger had passed. Days stretched into weeks, and the piper's absence seemed to confirm that Hamelin had escaped any retribution. The sun rose and set, children played in the streets once more, and merchants reopened their stalls. The town returned to its routines, but beneath the surface lay an unease that no laughter could entirely chase away. Time in Hamelin settled into a fragile, uneasy rhythm. The empty spaces where fear had dwelled before were now filled with a cautious normalcy. Yet, for every moment of ease, there was a lingering thought, a shadow that passed over the mind of anyone who remembered the piper's music. It was said that sometimes, in the early hours of dawn, a faint note could be heard on the wind, barely audible, but enough to make hearts tighten and hands tremble. The people dismissed it as a trick of the breeze, though some swore it was the piper waiting. Then, on a morning bright and clear, he returned. He appeared without warning, standing at the edge of town as though he had never left. His coat, once vivid in shifting colours, had taken on a more sombre hue, deep and unyielding, as though it carried the weight of a deliberate purpose. His eyes, which had once hinted only at an inscrutable intelligence, now reflected a quiet, unshakable anger. In his hands he carried the familiar pipe, and the townspeople, those who glimpsed him first from windows and doors, felt an involuntary tightening in their chests. The air itself seemed to bend toward him, charged with a silent promise of consequences. Without speaking, he lifted the pipe to his lips and began to play. The sound was the same as before, yet different, deeper, more insistent, drawing on a resonance that went beyond hearing. It moved through the town like a current, touching every corner, every alley, every hidden space where the children might be. Those who had heard it before felt a strange compulsion, an unease that clawed at the mind, but the effect on the children was far more powerful. One by one, they paused in their play, their small faces turned toward the sound, as though drawn by an invisible hand. A few tried to resist, to look away, but the music seemed to reach into their very thoughts, bending their will with a gentle yet irresistible pressure. The children began to follow him, stepping lightly as if in a dream. They left behind toys and lunches, pets and parents, as the piper led them down the streets of Hamelin. No cries were heard, for the music seemed to silence fear and hesitation alike. The townspeople emerged from their homes, watching in a mixture of horror and fascination as their children, once full of life and chatter, moved with the unnatural precision of those under a spell. Mothers reached out, but their hands met only empty air. Fathers called names, but the notes of the pipe filled every sound with their own, drowning out concern. He led them past the marketplace, past the church, and into the hills where forests stood dense and shadowed. The children moved as though in a trance, their eyes fixed on the piper, unseeing of the world around them. The town's attempt to intervene came too late. The gates of Hamelin could not hold what had already slipped beyond the threshold of music's command. Trees swallowed the procession, and even the bravest of townspeople dared not follow. The piper's steps were calm, deliberate, and unhurried, his eyes never leaving the path, his music never faltering. The sound carried over the hills, winding into every hollow and glade, until the children disappeared entirely from view, leaving only the echo of the melody behind. When the last child vanished into the forest, silence fell upon Hamelin. The streets were empty, still, and unnervingly clean, as if no laughter had ever echoed there. The council, now gathered again in the town hall, faced a reality they could not undo. Their children, their future, their pride, all had been carried away by the very man they had cheated. Desperation and guilt collided in their hearts, and for the first time they understood the depth of the piper's power and the cost of their dishonesty. Some townspeople claimed to have followed the faint notes that lingered in the air, hoping to rescue the children. They found only traces of footsteps in the grass, bending reeds, and a silence that pressed upon the soul like a weight. Days passed without word, and weeks slipped into months. Every dawn brought the same fruitless search, every dusk a growing certainty that the children of Hamelin had been taken to a place from which they would not return. The piper, it seemed, had claimed more than the rats this time, and the town was left with the echo of a lesson learned too late. Betrayal could never go unpunished, and the promises of strangers, however humble or generous, demanded respect. The town fell into a mournful routine, but it was not peace they found. Shops remained open, and work continued, yet every laugh felt hollow. Every voice carried the weight of absence. The parents moved through the streets as shadows of themselves, their eyes searching for shapes in the distance that were no longer there. The council, once proud and decisive, became silent and uneasy in their deliberations, haunted by the knowledge that their greed had brought calamity. And the piper, wherever he went after that day, remained a figure of inexorable judgment, a reminder that power could manifest in the most unassuming forms, and that those who underestimated it often paid the heaviest price. Even years later, the children were spoken of in whispers. Travellers claimed to have glimpsed them in the hills, pale and silent, moving in perfect unison, always following the faint, unseen tune of a pipe that only they could hear. Others said the children had vanished entirely, taken to a world outside the town, never to age, never to speak, yet forever bound to the piper's will. Hamelin itself became a cautionary tale, a place where the consequences of broken promises were made visible, where music could command life and absence alike, and where the greed of men had left a wound that would never fully heal. The piper, for his part, was never seen again in the town proper. He moved beyond their hills, beyond their rivers, carrying his music into the world, a figure of both wonder and terror. His revenge had been complete yet silent, leaving Hamelin to reckon with its guilt, its loss, and the echoing lesson that no act of deception goes unpunished. The streets remained empty where children had played, and the air carried a lingering tension, as if the town itself held its breath, remembering the melody that had once promised salvation and had delivered something far darker. Hamelin had once been alive with the ordinary sounds of life. Children laughing along the streets, merchants calling their wares, the clip-clop of horses and the rhythm of the river flowing through the town. But after the piper led the children away, an emptiness settled over the town that no effort could erase. The silence was not merely the absence of sound, it was a living presence, heavy and persistent, pressing into every corner, every empty doorway, and every abandoned playground. Mothers and fathers wandered through the streets as if moving through a dream, their eyes searching, their hands reaching for forms that no longer existed. The town had been robbed of its future, its joy, and its innocence, and the sense of helplessness clung to every resident with a weight that grew heavier with each passing day. The council, once arrogant and confident in their power to make decisions for the town, became shadows of their former selves. They no longer held meetings in the sunlit hall. Instead, they sat behind closed doors, arguing in low tones, not about commerce or taxes, but about who among them bore the greatest blame. Guilt gnawed at them with a relentlessness they could neither soothe nor ignore. Every decision made after that day seemed inconsequential, and yet the knowledge that their dishonesty had led to the loss of so many children haunted every choice, every word, every silent glance exchanged between them. The townspeople tried to resume their lives, to return to the rhythm of work and trade, but it was impossible to ignore the spaces that the children had left behind. In homes, small shoes still lined doorways, untouched meals waited on tables, and toys lay scattered as if abandoned in the middle of play. In the marketplace, merchants whispered of the sound of laughter that once filled the air, and the echoes of children calling to one another seemed to haunt the corners of every alley. Even the simplest acts, like walking through the town square or listening to the river's flow, became reminders of absence, of what had been stolen, and of what could never be returned. Some stories emerged in the years that followed, whispered carefully among neighbours. Travellers spoke of strange sightings in the hills beyond Hamelin, small figures moving silently among the trees, their eyes pale, their movements deliberate and careful. as though they were no longer entirely children, yet not fully grown. Those who claimed to have seen them said the children did not speak, and when they looked upon the townspeople, there was an understanding in their eyes that was almost unbearable to meet. They carried with them the memory of the piper's world, a place of music and control, and though they were present in body, their souls seemed elsewhere, tethered to the man who had taken them. Occasionally, a small number of the children returned to Hamelin. They emerged from the forests without warning, pale and silent, speaking only in whispers that no one could fully comprehend. They would wander through their old homes, touching walls, inspecting door frames, and looking into cupboards where their toys had once been stored. Their presence was fleeting, and though some families held hope that the worst had passed, it became clear that these returns were incomplete reconciliations. The children were changed, altered in ways that no one could describe, carrying the weight of a world unknown and unknowable to those who had remained behind. They would vanish again, leaving the town with the memory of loss renewed, a lingering proof that the piper's influence was enduring and unassailable. Hamelin became a town of cautionary silence. New families arrived over the years, ignorant of the tragedy that had unfolded, only to find themselves unsettled by the pall that hung over the town. Streets that should have echoed with life were quiet. Markets thrived in numbers but lacked vibrancy, and laughter was always measured, never free. The story of the piper became a whispered warning for parents and children alike, a tale told around hearths in winter nights, and always with the same solemn lesson. Promises made to strangers, no matter the circumstances, must be kept, for the consequences of deception are neither quick nor forgiving. The piper himself was never seen again in Hamelin. Those who claimed to have glimpsed him in distant towns or along lonely roads described the same shifting coat, the same unyielding eyes, and the same silent authority in his steps. He became a figure both feared and respected, a reminder that power could manifest in forms subtle or overt, and that betrayal once committed can demand recompense far greater than the original offence. His music, it was said, travelled unseen on the wind, and on rare nights the faintest melody could be heard, distant and haunting, a signal to those who had wronged him, and a lullaby to those who had suffered his judgment. As the years stretched into decades, Hamelin's story spread far beyond the town's borders. Other towns spoke of it in cautious tones, often embellishing details but preserving the central truth. The piper had come, the children had followed, and the town had paid the price of its dishonesty. Travellers carried the tale to distant villages, recounting the dark melody that had stolen children and the heavy cost of broken promises. Hamelin became more than a town. It became a symbol, a living cautionary tale, its history inseparable from the loss that defined it. Even as time passed and buildings were rebuilt, and new generations were born who did not remember the tragedy firsthand, the shadow remained. It was in the quiet of dawn, in the spaces where laughter should have been, in the way parents watched their children with an unspoken awareness of fragility. Hamelin existed in two states at once, one of ordinary life, with streets and homes, markets and rivers, and one of remembrance, where absence shaped the rhythm of days and the weight of lessons never forgotten. And so Hamelin endures, a town both real and allegorical. Its story persists in the whispers of the wind, the memory of loss, and the warnings carried from parent to child. Deals with strangers, even in times of desperate need, are never without risk. Promises, once broken, may demand repayment beyond reckoning. Betrayal, once committed, casts shadows long enough to reach across years, altering life for those who remain, and leaving a world forever changed for those who are taken. The piper's music, though unheard, remains in the corners of memory, a reminder that every choice carries consequence, and that the unseen weight of truth is often more enduring than any triumph or escape. Hamelin lives somewhere still, quiet and ordinary in appearance, yet haunted by memory, shaped by absence, and forever marked by the cost of trust betrayed. And in its emptiness there is a warning, eternal and clear. The power of promises, the peril of deceit, and the reach of those who wield influence quietly and completely are not to be ignored. For the piper, wherever he walks, moves with purpose, unseen but present. And Hamelin, in its silence, bears witness to all who would fail to understand the depth of consequence.